Go West, young man, or so the adage says. Tournament Central from Stockton, California at the OTB Open, presented by MVP Disc Sports. Welcome, everyone. I'm Grant Zellner alongside Brian Earhart, who is on site at Swenson Park. We are getting ready for first round action in the MPO division. Players already on the course. Players arguably already in hot pursuit of one player who isn't even on the course yet, Brian, talking about Calvin Heimburg. Brian, I don't know about you, but if someone came to me and offered me a chance to make a bet, I could take either Calvin or the field. I'd be tempted to take Calvin. How about you?
I think that's the only option right now. I think it's been said for the past few years that really on a lot of courses in disc golf, it's putt for show, drive for dough. And Calvin's statistics have shown that first in C1 and C2 in regulation, first in fairway hits, first in birdie percentage, third in park jobs on the entire tour. His putting stats are not even close to that, even though he's had a great season. So he's not making mistakes off the tee and in the fairway, and you can play such confident golf, and it makes putting even easier when you're able to play like that.
There's no doubt that he is number one in the world because multiple different entities have placed him there over the course of the last few weeks. How is it that you think this course will set up for Calvin's game?
Well, what I like about how Calvin's playing this course is he actually said, I'm going to play this course aggressive. Normally, he doesn't say anything like that. I almost feel like he doesn't want to jinx himself in a way, but he said straight up, I'm going to push these fairways as far as I can. I'm going to make it very easy on myself on some of these longer holes. And you, like I said, you don't hear that too often from him. A lot of times it's, I'm sticking with my game plan. I'm going to keep doing the same thing that I've always been doing. But it seems like this course makes sense. And what's funny is, if you listen to Sean Jack talk about the course design out here and what he sees out here on this Swenson Park course, he calls them Calvin lines. He said a lot of this course challenges the Calvin lines. So everyone knows, including the people working at the tournament and designing the course, they know that Calvin Heimburg is the perfect type of player for this property.
We had a chance to hear Calvin's thoughts before action begins at yesterday's press conference. Let's go and listen in.
I think I'm still kind of just doing the same thing, going out, practicing the course, and trying to put myself in position to win. I've done that a couple times this year so far, so I've been playing well and executing well. But I don't really put too much thought or really listen too much to that because it really doesn't change what I'm trying to do every week, regardless of what everyone's saying. A lot of opportunities, and then there's also some OB that can come into play. But I'm playing this course pretty aggressive. It kind of depends a little on the wind, but I think the wind's going to be down, not too windy this week. So it'll be a pretty aggressive play and hope to get a lot of birdies.
It's wild, isn't it, Brian, hearing somebody talk about playing aggressive in such a monotone delivery. Calvin, just cool as ice at all times, it seems. Is there any way anyone can rattle his cage?
No. And right now, I've said this throughout the past couple of weeks talking disc golf with different people. There is a level of, you can't call it arrogance because Calvin's one of the nicest people I've ever met playing disc golf, but there's this confidence that's it's over what a normal player would have, and it's starting to crack into the territory of the great champions of our sport and any elite athlete that dominates their sport at any time. So just the way he's talking about his own game right now, how he talks about his opponents. I remember at Jonesboro, he did not even want to talk about James Conrad shooting a 17 under because he was still beating him. It's just very obvious that he's focused on titles and he's focused on continuing this dominance. So I love listening to him talk this way. I love seeing this fierce competitor come out because that's what I feel like everyone who's been following him has wanted him to do.
Calvin and more of 100 of his compatriots have a challenge ahead of them. When we get back, we take a course preview of the track here at Swenson Park.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Double G Craft Jerky is jerky with character. It is truly the best beef jerky in the world. They offer an incredible selection of flavors, ranging from classic tastes like teriyaki and original to extreme flavors like hot boom sauce and smashed cracked pepper. Every bag of Double G jerky sold contributes to the Double G Children's Foundation, which helps support youth disc golf. Visit doublegjerky.com and use coupon code DGPT on your order and get a free 1 ounce bag of jerky with your order. Back here in Stockton, California, let's take a lap around the track here at Swenson Park.
Welcome to the West Coast. We're here in Stockton, California at the Swenson Park Golf Course for the 2023 OTB Open presented by MVP Disc Sports. I'm Brian Earhart, and today we're going to talk about the Leonard Muse style of disc golf course design here at Swenson Park. Let's zoom in on a couple specific holes out here and take a deeper look. Hole 11 is a 669-foot FPO and 834-foot MPO par 4 with lots of options to consider. The initial tee shot is a huge water carry, and the farther and more right you go with it, the closer you are to the ideal hyzer second shot over the water to the green. If your drive lands near the middle or left side of the fairway, you're forced to deal with these massive guardian oak trees with very low-hanging branches, making this one of the most well-protected greens on the entire property. You can try throwing a low-line drive straight under the ceiling and slide up to the pin, or you can test your sidearm power and smash a flick down the left side and flare skip into the circle. No matter how you choose to play hole 11, every shot must be well executed. On to hole number 17, the iconic Peninsula hole. When the wind picks up here, it's definitely the most nerve-wracking second shot on the entire course for a lot of players. The opening tee shot is a low-ceiling driver with lots of speed and hopefully some skip at the end. The goal here is to cover at least 350 to 400 feet to get yourself to a lie where you can make a decision to run at the green for birdie. The interesting part about this hole are the mounds that are placed perfectly to tempt players to play shorter than they'd like in order to play from flat ground. If you get a hold of your drive and end up landing on one of the mounds, the up or downhill footing for your second shot can be just annoying enough to cause you to overthink and put your approach in the water. Despite the course being on relatively flat ground, Leonard Muse has done a phenomenal job of creating a variety of shot options for players to choose from, as well as tension and discomfort at very intentional moments on this course. It's shaping up to be yet another great week of competition here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. For Tournament Central, I'm Brian Earhart.
The disc golf world recently lost a pillar in its community with the passing of Jon Baldwin. Jon was beloved by many. PDGA Hall of Famer Barry Schultz once called him his favorite player to play with. In 2011, Jon became a Masters World Champion, winning at his home course, De La Viega. In 2013, he was awarded one of the most prestigious honors in disc golf, the PDGA's Bob West Memorial Sportsmanship Award. Disc Golf Pro Tour CEO Jeff Spring reflected, saying the following: JB was one of the first people who gave me strong encouragement to think bigger than I ever had about the sport of disc golf. He had an unquantifiable spark of life in him that connected with others in a unique way. He's already so greatly missed, and his contributions and impressions will live on through others for a long time. With that, we send our thoughts to his loved ones. With that, we send our thoughts to his loved ones and the so many he had an impact on in the disc golf community.
Practice. It's the difference between good and great. Distractions are obstacles. Eliminate them and see how far you can go.
Drama all the way to the final hole. Kristen to win the Waco Annual Charity Open. She's done it! Kristen to tar.
My favorite flavor of Double G Craft Jerky, easy choice, the teriyaki. I love my sweet and I love my salty food. It's a great combination of both.
Got to go for the hot boom sauce to give you that extra kick.
Probably going to surprise a lot of you guys. My favorite flavor is actually the Sexy Sweet and Spicy. I find it to be one of the best jerkies I've ever had.
Welcome back to Tournament Central from Stockton, California, and the OTB Open. I'm Grant Zellner along with Brian Earhart, and we are minutes away from the final cards teeing off. We'll have all the action for you right here on the Disc Golf Network. One of the players on one of those final cards, last year's victor, Simon Lizotte. And if you recall, Simon, at that point in his season last year, still coming off of sort of a tender elbow in his off season. And then he absolutely shined, especially down the stretch here at Swenson Park. Brian, what are your thoughts about Simon as this season has worn on?
Opportunities on the Disc Golf Pro Tour to repeat as a champion here. Obviously wants to do it. Showing up and doing it for 3 days is another story. I think Simon's had moments of brilliance this season. Obviously taking that fantastic win at the MCO, second place at the Austin Open. He's done well this year, but he's had moments where he just, I don't know if he seemed mentally fatigued. He's posted about that in the past, or he's just not putting a full tournament together. But it was interesting to hear earlier in the week, he's still working on this bag shift, just to show you how long he committed to learning the molds of another company for years and years, and now he has to make that adjustment now. And it's definitely, from what he says, a longer process than other players. So I'm interested to see how he attacks this course with the molds that he now does have in his bag. Last year he was very minimal with how he attacked this course. It felt like you were getting very well acquainted with the discs that he was throwing, because it was only 2 or 3 outside of his putters. So Simon is kind of a wild card in my book. We have so many players. We just talked about Calvin Heimburg being the one to beat, but so many players able to take down a victory on a course like this that have that low ceiling line drive power. Simon's going to have to work really hard. He obviously has what it takes to defend, but he has to really work hard and stay solid throughout 3 rounds.
Well, he shared a little bit more about what he has to work with this week when he talked about, among other things, the discs in his bag during yesterday's press conference.
I mean, I'm still learning the bag a bit, and what I've been really enjoying this year and noticing that each course, there's like different 2 or 3 molds that I use more often. Like, for example, the Fireball is like a Firebird-ish disc, and I haven't thrown that a single time entire season. I mean, I threw some forehand rollers with it or something for scramble shots, but on this course I threw like 3 or 4 tee shots with it. So I finally, every course, it gives me like a different new test and a different disc to finally like try out and really learn about. So as I said at the beginning of the season, I'm hoping halfway through the season I really have a good idea and like a set bag, and yeah, the different courses we play are helping.
Simon is going to have to control a number of different types of shots in the elements this week there at Swenson Park with out of bounds coming into play. Brian, your assessment so far as you've walked around the course, how vital is it trying to keep your disc out of harm's way in terms of going out of bounds or into the water on the water holes?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, even though they've tightened the OB on this course, there's a lot of green space to land your disc. I think the real trick here is, what do you do with your disc after it lands off your tee shot? I think holes like number 11, we saw in the course preview, so much space to land your drive, but the second shot can change dramatically if you don't place it exactly where you want to place it. So I don't think safety is the biggest priority. When you hear someone like Calvin say, I'm going aggressive on this course, that means he knows that he's able to push these fairways without a lot of fear. One of the interesting things, and whether you agree with it or not, the OB on the sides of these fairways are very hard to see at certain points. It's little short feathers. They're little pink feathers, so if you're watching this right now, that's what to look out for when you're watching the round. The players sometimes don't see that off the tee pad, so you better hope that they've done their research, they've practiced, and they know how wide these fairways actually are. So I think we're going to be surprised with how many players go OB free today.
Interesting stuff. Another player tackling the course today, something of a hometown hero, James Proctor, who has had an incredible start to his 2023 campaign. James Proctor, a Northern California native who just keeps on showing up on lead cards. He's 6th in DGPT standings, which isn't a surprise. Does he have the game to match up with this course here at Swenson Park?
Yes. He absolutely does. And I've been saying this all season long for a lot of players. Some players really have the disc portion down of disc golf, but the golf portion is not there. Proctor has always been an elite thrower of the disc. You talk to players for years, they know how good James is, but it's figuring out how to take that skill set and score with it. How do you take that raw power, that angle control, that beautiful long circle two-putt, and actually put it to work when it matters? And he's finally doing that. He sits down at the press conference with his belt, and you'll see it in just a second. Polecat world champion coming off the kind of goofy win out at Golden Gate Park. I think his confidence is riding high, and it's really exciting to watch him come out of his shell and kind of come into who everyone else thought he was.
Well, let's hear from the Polecat world champion, James Proctor, at yesterday's press conference.
I think the main choice is air shot or roller. I think a lot of guys get aggressive with rollers and try to get weight on the fairway. And, you know, it brings some danger into play. Some of the holes have OB left and right. And, you know, you can just get in some tricky situations, whereas the air shots kind of keep you in the middle of the fairway. So, you know, for me, for my game plan, I'm going to stick to mostly air shots, try to stay in the middle and just, you know, try to limit the scrambling and limit the potential big numbers. I think the confidence has definitely risen, just the consistency at which I'm throwing good shots. You know, I always had the capability of birdieing a lot of tough holes, but I would just sprinkle in a ton of bogeys in the previous years, just not playing a lot. So, you know, that's been the main difference this year is my bogeys have gone way down, and I'm still doing a lot of the good stuff.
Taking a look at the current Disc Golf Pro Tour standings, there is James Proctor solidly in 6th place. Above him, Eagle McMahon, Isaac Robinson, Kyle Klein, Gannon Burr, and well out in front, Calvin Heimburg. The bottom of the top 10, Ezra Aderhold, Paul McBeth, Chris Dickerson, and Simon Lizotte. Any surprises there, Brian? Any players that you don't see that you expect to by the season's end?
Not really. I mean, you have the guys that are great distance throwers, and Calvin being way ahead. It's almost funny. It's hard when you are being talked about as the far and ahead favorite to win a tournament and then to actually jump out ahead as fast as Calvin has. So good for him on doing that, but no, I'm not surprised in the least bit to see these names. I'm interested to see how they do over 3 rounds though.
No doubt about it. Again, we're just minutes away from our final cards teeing off right here on the Disc Golf Network. But before we wrap things up here at Tournament Central, we're going to take one more short break. Back in a moment.
Go long. Whoa.
Hey, over here.
Join the Paul Macbeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. For a small monthly donation, you can help us make a real impact. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. By becoming a monthly subscriber, you'll also receive exclusive updates on our work, special offers, and discounts. So join us today and make a difference with the Paul Macbeth Foundation. Together we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.
Welcome back. We're joined here by PDGA's Matt Rothstein. Matt, a lot of things going on in disc golf right now, a lot of things happening with the PDGA. What is happening right now?
Well, one of the initiatives we're really excited about is Women's Disc Golf Week. Rolling it out. It starts tomorrow. It runs through next weekend, so a full 9 days. A couple of items going on with this Women's Disc Golf Week. All new women members, any woman who's not a member of the PDGA who signs up for the first time is going to get 20% off, which is a great deal. We're also waiving non-member fees for any ladies playing in C tiers. And we're giving away some mystery boxes, 50 mystery boxes going out to women who play in these events. So we're really hoping that women get out, give the PDGA tournaments a try, get involved. So if you or anyone you know might be a great candidate, let's encourage them to get out.
Even people you don't know. Just get your coworkers, your friends, your family, get them to sign up for some of these tournaments, sign up for the PDGA, and take advantage of this fantastic offer. Thanks, Matt. And you know what? We're going to send it back to you in the booth, Grant.
Thanks, guys. Let's take a quick look at hot rounds. Lots of players already on the course. A few players already done in their first round, including Vaino Makala, a bogey-free 8 under par effort. Chandler Kramer with still 3 to play, also already at 8 under par. This morning in the FPO field, a number of players tied at the top at 7 under said they felt like they didn't get all of it. They felt like there were still some strokes to be had out there on the course. I'm wondering if Vaino, Chandler, or any of these others at the top feel like they need to be able to go even hotter, if not today, then tomorrow or through the weekend on moving day, because scoring conditions, as it's been discussed, pretty optimal for Friday, but we know it can get blustery here in Northern California.
Yeah, you know, it really can. And right now we have such a pleasant wind right now. It's making the temperature a little bit cooler. It's not heavy enough to really affect anything other than maybe a putt from C2 and late C1. But I think Vaino came off the course. I talked to him, and he mentioned to me 8 down is good. He felt satisfied with it, but he knows it's not going to be the hot round. He knows someone's going to push 10, 11, 12. He didn't think any hotter than 12. But we also saw some players playing triples out here, shooting close to perfect, if not perfect. So you really don't know what somebody's capable of out here. But if the wind does pick up, it's just like Jonesboro. It's 2 completely different courses.
Brian, in the morning round, we saw players like Ella Hansen and Paige Pierce at the top, power throwers, as they are known for being, but we also saw Owen Scoggins right there at the top, getting around this course in a completely different way. The men are playing a slightly different layout this afternoon, but does it set up in a similar fashion where players of different types with different skill sets can score well? In other words, can a bomber of a thrower like, say, an Eagle McMahon be pursued by a shorter thrower?
Yes and no. So I think with the FPO division, they've always faced this course design issue. Who do we design for? For the longest time, Paige Pierce was out throwing the division by forever. or by a mile. And they wondered, do we design the course for Paige to push people to throw that far like her, or do we design it for the rest of the division and stunt Paige's ability to throw far? And I think they're starting to find out what they need to do here. Courses are finally starting to find that sweet spot where the scoring is starting to look professional again. Leonard Muse, the course designer, takes he takes a lot of pride in his attention to detail out here, especially with the FPO design. He mentioned last year he messed up the distances by 10 to 15 feet, and he firmly believes that even doing that can completely mess up the scoring spread across the division. So today, first round, I think I'm very pleased with how this turned out. And I think, yeah, players like Paige Pierce say, you know, I left some putts high, I left some putts low, but also, you have Owen Scoggins that works her way around this course. We saw it at Texas State's. The courses are getting a little bit shorter, but the angles are a little bit more specific to how the FPO division plays. So it's always very satisfying to watch good FPO golf played on a good course.
Brian, in this morning's rounds, not a single woman in the FPO field managed to go bogey-free. Right now, looking at live scoring, there are a number of players in the MPO field across the top 10 that are bogey-free. Some of them are even finished with their rounds. Others are late in their round. They're bogey-free. Lots and lots of birdies and a handful of pars. Does this course have any teeth to speak of?
It does, but if you're throwing 70-plus miles an hour, and you're throwing low and your drivers are feeling good coming out of the hand, a lot of the tee shots are not that difficult. I think you have to score on the par threes. I think that's a big deal out here, is getting those twos. But like I said earlier, staying in bounds on a lot of these holes is not that difficult, especially with the wind being 5 to 10 miles an hour like it is right now. And I think that's why the FPO division can sometimes have fluctuating scores, because you don't have FPO players throwing 70 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour to where they can throw the most overstable thing ever and beat the wind and get up the fairway like that. So MPO is a little different because we do have players throwing that hard. So course design challenges for Leonard are a little bit different, designing that for the division. So we'll see how that stat stands up throughout the weekend. I think, again, like I said, if the wind picks up, we're going to see a completely different set of scores.
No doubt the two cards we're about to see tee off right here on the Disc Golf Network know they need to have the pedal to the metal right out the gate. So we're sure to be in for an exciting afternoon of disc golf. So you don't need to go anywhere. The action continues here on the Disc Golf Network, and Tournament Central will return after the round to sum things up for you this afternoon from Stockton, California. For Brian Earhart, I'm Grant Zellner. We'll see you in 18 holes.
After a long journey across the country, Swenson Park sets the stage for the continuation of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Sunshine and warm weather are in the forecast, along with booming drives, gap shots, tight OB lines, and plenty of birdie opportunities. This is the OTB Open presented by MVP Disc Sports. Texarkana. Current conditions show us 82 degrees with humidity that's dropped from this morning down to 40%. The wind's mild at just 7 miles per hour. As we head to the 11th, our Champions Cup major winner, Isaac Robinson, for birdie, converts. And with that, we'll take 8 under as a co-leader for Robinson, along with a pair of others. Welcome into the booth, everyone. Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, joined alongside 3-time world champ Nate Doss. Nate, I just mentioned it was a long journey. So many players talking about that 30-plus hour venture from Arkansas over to California. You were on tour for more than a decade. What is that like?
Yeah, it's one heck of a trip. But you know, at the end of the trip, you're going to be on the West Coast swing. And I think that's the most important thing we have here. 4 big tournaments here on the West Coast, including this one, of course, the Portland Open. And then we have 2 other great Silver Series events, one at Milo MacIver State Park, which is one of my favorite courses. So the trip is well worth it, but we're here at Swenson Park. We're here for the OTB Open. It's big shots, it's hot weather, and it's really good wind conditions so far for some hot scores, and that's what we've seen so far.
Well, and someone that's been shooting hot this year said he's excited about the warm weather that we're going to have this weekend. He said that yesterday in the press conference. Of course, that's Calvin Heimburg, who's had just an incredible start here to the 2023 campaign. Of course, kicking things off early at the Las Vegas Challenge.
Yeah, the number of things that we could bring up about Calvin Heimburg over the last 3 or 4 seasons is really too long. We would need a completely extra show for that. But the thing is, Calvin Heimburg is consistent. He has proven that he can find top 5s, top 10s in the Disc Golf Pro Tour at Elite Series, and we expect him to be a big factor here at the OTB Open. What an incredible finish it was just a few weeks ago at Jonesboro, becoming a 3-time champion and outrunning another thoroughbred in Eagle McMahon.
Yeah, the two of them provided quite the show for us, but Calvin coming out on top as he's done a number of other times this year. Right now, Calvin Heimburg has 553 Disc Golf Pro Tour points. He is nearly 150, more than 150 clear of Gannon Buhr, which means someone like Gannon Buhr or any other competitor would have to not only win an Elite Series and a Silver Series that Calvin didn't attend, and they still would come up just shy of where Calvin Heimburg is. So impressive what he's been doing. In fact, that's the largest Disc Golf Pro Tour lead in any season since 2019, when Macbeth led with 177 points after the 2019 Green Mountain Championship. So Calvin Heimburg just way out in front of everyone else, making it almost look easy out there.
Yeah, well, he's an easygoing guy, and that's why he's made it look so easy, but he also just is an incredible disc golfer.
I'm going to head back out now. We've got Isaac Robinson on the tee of 12.
Yeah, Isaac, bogey-free so far. He's played 11 holes, 8 down, just 3 pars on his round. And in these conditions, Terry, this is when Isaac Robinson can really start to turn the afterburners on. That is a beautiful tee shot, pretty much just a tap-in.
Looks like he's going to make very light work of hole number 12 at 328 feet. And I was mentioning it earlier, he has a couple of co-leaders along with him. Vino Macula is in the clubhouse with his 8 under, and Chandler Kramer is also sitting at 8 under. He's got holes 16, 17, and 18 to play. Eric Oakley off to a pretty good start. He's at 7 under. And then, of course, a slew of other competitors that are going to be there in the running. A few of those guys, just 1 or 2 holes left to play. But we're excited to see what the score is going to be set at today.
First on the tee box from Boulder, Colorado, Eagle McMahon.
McMahon's shot looks a little wide. We'll see how much skip it gets. And he'll be out in
from
circle
Greenwood,
2.
Arkansas, Kevin Jones.
Very different approach for Kevin Jones.
Next,
He's going to be
from
short.
Mesa, Arizona, Anthony Barella.
AB just past the pin on the opening hole.
And completing this foursome from Safety Harbor, Florida, Calvin Heimburg.
Thunderous applause for Calvin Heimburg as he steps up to the tee. He's going to be deep and left of the pin out in circle 2. Take a look at the near perfect form that comes from Anthony Barella. He could reach out to our friends at Sunstein Law. If he has any intellectual property, copyrights, trademarks, anything that you might need, our friends at Sunstein Law can help out.
I want to remind all the fans at home, this hole's 496 feet. Slightly elevated tee, but come on. That's a park job, Tara.
Looked pretty easy. And of course, Anthony has had a history of playing well out here on the West Coast, especially here, whether it's the OTB or the San Francisco Open, as it was previously deemed.
Yeah, I think needless to say that he likes these courses. And he likes the designs that Leonard Muse has put down, and one of the reasons why AB is so successful, not only does he have a massive arm, I mean, he's huge distance, but he can do things like this. Anthony Barella can throw rollers, he can throw sidearms, he can make putts. He's very schooled at disc golf, and there's no doubt in our minds that Anthony Barella will go on to win at least one Elite Series event in his career, if not many, many more, and majors as well. So could this be the week for AB? Big question.
Yeah, we know that he's looking for just that, his breakthrough. He's been there. He's been in contention. He's been in that conversation, but almost every time we've seen him fall short at some point. Usually it's late in a round where maybe a putter lets him down or something else gets to him, and he doesn't seal the deal. He doesn't close it out, and it's just, I think, a matter of time, as you said.
Yeah, and for those of you who have been listening to me commentate for all these years, I always talk about Paul McBeth and how Paul in the early days, he would run right up to the lead and he would falter at the end. It was the experience that is really what put Paul over the edge, and now he's one of the greatest players that we've ever seen. Could that be AB? I don't see why not.
The deep look from circle 2 for Heimburg is a really good bid off the top of the basket.
Yeah, so for Heimburg, he was just a little bit too high and inside, hence he was about 60 feet left. McMahon overplayed it. He's about 50 feet to the right.
Online, but short for McMahon. And Kevin Jones had laid up to that spot. And Jones has that slide out the left side, so he's going to open with a bogey. Not much hesitation as AB steps up for the quick birdie.
It was last year, Terry, in the second round of the OTB Open that Anthony Barella laid down a 10 under par performance, setting the course record. So we know he can shoot low.
Isaac, of course, tapped in on 12 for the birdie. Here he is on 13. Will that be yet another birdie? We'll find out on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Ever since I won Worlds, I had my goals set on another major win. There's no past and there's no future. It's only this moment here.
It's just beautiful to watch Kristen throw the disc. Outright brilliance from Kristen.
The winner of the 2023 PDJ Champions Cup, Kristen Tatar.
You want to play through?
It's part.
Las Vegas Challenge back-to-back champion, Katrina Allen.
She's done it. Kristen Tatar.
Champion Open at Austin, Paige Pierce.
Join the Paul Macbeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. For a small monthly donation, you can help us make a real impact. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. By becoming a monthly subscriber, you'll also receive exclusive updates on our work, special offers, and discounts. So join us today and make a difference with the Paul Macbeth Foundation. Together we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.
Isaac Robinson has a birdie look.
I mean, typically these are pretty much tap-ins here for Isaac. And wow, missing it on the short right side. That's shocking.
Especially how hot he's been playing. I mean, he's sitting 9 under through 12. And so for someone who appears to be dialed in today, just an inch or two short.
You know, it's really interesting to look at the statistics as we see the shot here from McMahon. Isaac Robinson today, Terry, 3 for 3 circle 2 putting, so 100%, perfect. Only 78% from C1X. That's the second time that he has missed a birdie putt inside the circle. So his round could easily be 2 shots better had he made circle 1 putts, which he makes so often.
Well, we're going to take a look at our UDisc course close-up. out here, Swenson Park in Stockton, California. Designed by Leonard Muse, who I know we'll be talking about throughout the broadcast, doing such an incredible job out here challenging our top-level competitors, especially when you're at a golf course and there's, the stereotypes that go along with it. Leonard breaking those down time and time again. Par 66, 11,388 feet. It is the longest MPO layout on tour here in 2023. And as you just said, a major change. Last year's hole 1 was split into 2 holes. Makes for a better overall experience. We'll talk more about that. Over 14,000 courses can be found. Go out and download UDisc, the app for disc golfers. And thanks to our friends at blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store, we've got Nate's keys to success.
Well, prepare for the heat. It is going to be a hot and dry weekend here in Stockton, which it usually is, by the way. Power play, obviously, we just talked about. It's the longest course on tour. Going to need that power play off the tee and in the fairways. And creative angles. The one thing that Leonard Muse has done is he's created so many different shots for our players to go at. We saw it off the tee from AB. He threw a sidearm. Now he's throwing a second sidearm. I think Leonard has done a good job at that.
Looking for the low skip shot to the very guarded green. And that might still have some obstruction, but he is at least inside the circle. So AB will have a look.
And as you said on the UDisc course close-up, this course is mostly the same. Of course, they split up 1 and 2, hole 1 into now what is hole 1 and 2. So it's pretty much the same. The score we saw last year by AB, 10 down. Of course, wind was a factor last year. With these good conditions, I mean, we could see a 10 or 12 down from a lot of these players, and that's a misfire from Calvin, just too low. Fun fact for you, Terry, Leonard Muse was, and I could be wrong here, but I believe, if I'm correct, he TD'd the very first tournament I ever played, which was the 1993 San Francisco Safari.
We'll get the stats department on that one as we're watching Eagle McMahon. That one lifts high into the canopy, so he's going to be left out and has some work to do.
Terry, I was 8 years old in 1993, and Leonard at the time was, he had a clothing company, and he was the TD of the San Francisco Safari, I think. But again, I was 8 years old, and I'm just a few days away from turning 38. So I apologize to everybody at home if my brain's a little fuzzy. But I think that is true. Anyways, Leonard's a great guy, and he designed not only this course, but the course we played for the San Francisco Open at Glen Eagles.
And a solid approach shot there by Kevin Jones. Leonard talked about the philosophy between about hole 1 and hole 2 and splitting it up, and he said it was really more about presentation. He said last year when people would throw a good shot, the gallery and the crowd didn't necessarily know it as much, even if it was placed perfectly. This year, when you see a great shot on hole 1, the basket's right there and the gallery knows it. So he said he was good with that because then he really got to work on hole 2 the way he wanted to as well. So a little give and take along with the tournament staff. So here's Robinson. And now it looks like arriving from Norway, we've got Knut.
Yeah, Knut joining us on the West Coast swing, and beautiful putt from Knut, 6 down. Also first met Knut when he was about 11 years old, hanging out with his dad, Jostein, out there in beautiful Norway.
Yeah, back in 2013 territory. I think I might have been there with you.
You were there, Tear Bear.
Another blast from the past. And Knut doing his best to give us a Kelvin Heimburg impersonation, too, while he's doing it.
I do want to make one small correction from earlier. That putt that we saw missed by Kevin Jones, that was for birdie. So he just parred on hole number 1. So good chance for Kevin to, well, I mean, I guess he's one stroke better in our eyes.
Oh, and AB does have a look from one knee. That's exactly what I was worried about, though, with the green of 2. We saw that in the FPO division this morning. There is a lot of low-hanging branches. That canopy comes down very low. So if you are not near the basket, there's a really good chance that you're going to be obstructed. And we saw AB go to a knee and then still convert. Great birdie.
AB becomes one of just 3 players to birdie the first 2 holes to start their rounds today. So a good sign there for Anthony Barella.
And meanwhile, struggling, Eagle McMahon will tap in on hole 2. We've got our final feature card coming up on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
The Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all.
My favorite putter, which is the Retro Orbit Pure.
Mine will be a Tournament Ice Orbit Warship.
And the driver for the Trilogy Challenge is my signature series, Fusion Ice Orbit Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3 discs for the Trilogy Challenge?
I hope you are. If you need more information, then go check out trilogychallenge.com.
Trilogy Challenge 2023. Be there.
At Discraft, we don't wait to see what the future holds. We build it. The future is in your hands.
How is your putter release so powerful, even as far out as 50 feet? A lot of the power on my putt is generated from like a little finger pop / wrist action at the very end. Hold a disc in your hand even when you're sitting down on a couch. You can kind of just pop it up. Try to like pop the disc vertical. Do this and just slowly practice getting it higher. And you're just really trying to use your wrist, not really your arm. That's how I do it, and that's a tip to how you can do it too.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
So as we take a look back, Simon Lizotte picking up the victory here. Seemed like everything was going his way last year, that's for sure. Right there with Anthony Barella watching on.
And last year it was just relentless execution in the final round from Simon Lizotte. He pretty much just outlasted everybody. I mean, everybody was making mistakes, making pars all along. Simon's just executing beautiful shot after beautiful shot. And they ended up to have, you know, a relatively easy win in Disc Golf Pro Tour standards over Calvin Heimburg, who took second. This was a really great moment for Simon because Simon had been out for so long. The injury, you can see him wearing the sock on his right elbow there, and he becomes the champion. He went on to win 3 more last year, Terry. What a season for Simon.
First on the tee box, from Shrewsbury, Massachusetts, Simon Lizotte.
And what looks like maybe 70% power from Simon Lizotte inside the circle on hole 1.
Next up, from Blacksburg, Virginia, James Conrad.
Conrad could use a little skip. These 2 circles edge.
Throwing third, from Grand Junction, Colorado, Aaron Gossage.
Aaron not only played last weekend in Colorado, but he won handily by 5 strokes over Joel Freeman. We'll see if he can carry that momentum into today.
Aberdeen, South Dakota, Ezra Aderhold.
Ezra turns that over, not giving it enough room to fade back for him.
For our spectators,
Our long shot will be farthest from the pin.
Please be sure to
Up ahead on 15, back with Canute. This is a birdie look. That'll push him to 7 under, doing work today.
Yeah, what a start to his tournament for Canute. Inside the top 10, we have 4 international players, Canute being one of those.
Isaac has a birdie look on 15 as well. He's currently sitting at 9 under. Wow. Pushes to 10. First player to get to double digits under par.
And this course, 16, 17, 18, all extremely challenging. So let's see if Robinson can keep it clean and maybe pick up a stroke or 2. Whoa, almost an ace for Calvin.
Gonna take another look at this. Is this oh, it is. In fact, a spicy replay, thanks to our friends over here at the Halal Guys.
I mean, that is a special shot there. Almost an ace. Calvin able to keep it low as he does so well with his overstable drivers.
Thank you so much to our friends at the Halal Guys. I'm going to take a look and find out where the closest one is to those guys over there in Stockton. Looks like we see one in Davis, California, along with Fremont, California, and then one down in Berkeley.
Man, I was just down there in the Bay Area. I should have went to the Halal Guys, Terry.
I don't know what you're thinking.
That kills me. I'm going to put that on the list for next time I'm down in my own home area.
Ezra, one of the few players we've seen actually having to approach, so to speak, to the pin on one, as opposed to having an actual birdie look with a putt. Now here's Heimburg.
Very interesting over on hole 3 for that group, because hole 3 playing is the second easiest hole.
Conrad will open with a birdie.
He's been on one heck of a run for the last 3 weeks, hasn't he, Terry?
Yeah, certainly a contender at the Champions Cup, of course, and then playing very well at Jonesboro.
Yeah, he's been on the lead card the last 2 final rounds. Lizotte picks up where he left off a year ago with a birdie on 1.
And Goose with the birdie.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Forget about all those who have come before you. There's more than one way to spin a disc. Find your line.
Meet Pure, the most modern disc golf bag in the universe. Join the Pure family today. Pre-sale at puredisc.net.
Hey, Jonathan, catch. Huh?
Jonathan, we're getting an anomalous critical failure on your suit. Could you please confirm status?
Sorry, man.
Warning, low oxygen.
Welcome back. Simon Lizotte on the tee of 2.
Hole number 2, a long, tricky par 4, 744. A lot of low branches.
And in the picture-in-picture, you probably noticed Anthony Barella missed the Mando. So he's throwing from this spot.
AB tried to get aggressive with the backhand roller. Misses the Mando, and now it's going to cost him big on the par 5. This is Conrad with a roller as well. Watch out! That is going to be out of bounds for James Conrad. Way too much angle on the cut.
Wow, and interesting, you hear James a moment ago say those cars weren't there in practice. Of course, this is where the main overflow parking lot is. So if they were out here in the last few days, I don't think he would make a claim that necessarily was a great shot regardless, but he definitely wasn't probably thinking of cars being parked there. So interesting adjustment to be made.
Well, it's an interesting observation that we're seeing by Conrad, but he threw a cut roller that went directly towards the OB. I mean, he would have been very fortunate to have that flip out if there was no cars there. So either way, he is out of bounds. And I just love how Leonard has utilized the low trees, the low branches. We're going to see that as a common theme throughout this course, forcing the players to, as I mentioned in the Open, get creative out here at Swenson Park.
James will be throwing his third shot.
This now becomes a very difficult par, and he'll be well back. And you can see the reason why, Terry, is because it's the low ceiling. James unable to get it up in the air.
Gannon and Robinson having a conversation as they're both backed up at the moment. Burr sitting at 8 under. He is in a tie for third. Meanwhile, Robinson, your outright leader, at 10 under at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how everything shakes out after round number 1. There's a lot of really good players up near the top of the board. Nate Sexton, our broadcast partner here when he's not playing on the Pro Tour, currently sitting in a tie for 5th place at 7 under. Looks like Sexton's over there in that same backup with Burr and Robinson.
And Lizotte getting a red flag, going out of bounds on his second shot.
Yeah, this was one of those shots back last year when this was the second half of hole number 1 that Simon just had dialed. So an unfortunate miss in round 1 for Simon. Kind of feel like this shot rolls right into the wheelhouse of Goose Gossage.
Oh, just not getting any skip. Now, I know he loves to throw mid-range on shots like that. I'm guessing that's what that was. And just the grass seems a little bit longer and not going to give him the opportunity to skip all the way to the pin that he was looking for.
Yeah, when you have the low branches, the ground play is so critical. Just the proper angle and the speed of disc, as you're mentioning, compared a mid-range compared to a driver. This is AB taking the AB route over the top. AB just trying to do anything he can to potentially save the par after the missed Mando.
Conrad skips deep with his approach. Back with Heimburg now. What a shot by Heimburg.
I mean, that is 3 in a row shots that basically only Calvin can really execute with how low and powerful he kept all 3 of those for a drop-in birdie.
Simon was just laying up from the OB spot he was given, as we also now see Gossage pitch up next to the basket. If you're not relatively close to the pin, you probably don't have the ceiling to approach this basket. And that's why you were seeing Gossage a moment ago just pitch up next to it. There's just not a lot of headspace in order to get the disc up in the air to then find the chains from long range. Yeah, even some of the short range putts actually can be very difficult on this hole.
No question. Very difficult green. You have to kind of get into this clump of trees that the drone is shooting down on right now. And then even once you're in there, you need to be on the proper side. Conrad is found pretty much an open putt here.
And a great start for James.
Hole 2 proving to be difficult. Just 14% of the field took birdie there on hole number 2 today.
Wow, and Barella's struggles continue here.
Yeah, he's going to have that putt to avoid a potential double bogey, because that'll be for bogey after the penalty stroke early on in the hole.
And a lengthy backup finally has cleared. So we have Canute teeing on 16.
Yeah, 16 is just an absolutely brutal hole. And it's about positioning yourself and executing those position shots. You really can't just take it at number 16. There's a lot of out of bounds. There's a lot of water all throughout the 16th hole.
And almost dead straight for Isaac Robinson.
56% of the field have taken bogey or worse over there on 16. I think that tells you everything you need to know.
So a rough go here for Anthony Barella to get started.
I mean, he started off so good, that 2 birdies in a row, as we mentioned, and then to take a double bogey on a hole where you would typically think AB is going to take advantage on the par 5. He's going to drop back to even par.
Chandler Kramer in the clubhouse with a 9 under. Now we're back on the tee of 3 with Gossage.
Hole 3, 358 feet. It's just basically about putting it on the proper angle and avoiding the big mature trees here. Very easy hole. Relative to this course, this is playing the second easiest hole. 42% of the field have birdied.
I think we're going to add to that in a moment. Gossage right next to the pin. See the short shot by Ezra. I'm going to throw it out to our friend on the ground in a moment. We're going to first watch Anthony Barella. Barella's in for the double bogey. Meanwhile, Heimburg in for his second birdie. And I want to throw it out to Brian Earhart, who's out on the ground, and just say, Brian, I watched Ezra pull his initial tee shot way right on hole 1, and here he is on hole 3, short and left. Any idea what might be going on out there?
I mean, this is what we've talked about with Ezra for a long time. It's one of the reasons why he's not winning the big tournaments. Physically, he's incredibly skilled and can throw any shot that you can tell him to throw, but sometimes the inconsistency is there, and he puts himself in some annoying situations. So this is just Ezra starting a disc golf tournament slow. I don't think anything crazy.
All right, well, we're going to make sure in the next couple of days we continue to keep our ace tracker, skip ace tracker, that is, on hole number 3 as James Conrad almost puts it in off the skip.
If the conditions stay similar to what we're seeing today, and of course the good old weatherman tells us that it will, it's only going to get hotter, drier. How do we not see a skip ace on 3? I mean,
yeah.
It's like everything is just going that way. The players are having to skip it to kind of get it over to the basket. Just in the last 2 groups, we've seen 3 ace runs so far. There you go. The Canna current conditions showing us 84 degrees, basically no wind, and we're looking to potentially be in the mid-90s come Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, so it's just going to get warmer over the next 2 days.
It is a very dry heat out here in Stockton, California. Stockton nestled in the middle of the great San Joaquin Valley, one of the most grown areas in the country. Everything from orange trees in the south to almonds in the north and everything in between. It's, Terry, you just took a trip down there not too long ago.
Yeah, my pleasure to go check the course out, and thanks to the guys over at OTB for playing gracious host to me to drive me around the course, and then also got to check out the shop right there in Stockton as well. Beautiful area. Conrad from short range collects the birdie. Lizotte will do the same. Gossage no problem as Ezra will tap in. So we're through 3 holes. Well, looks like this might be our first fox sighting here in the afternoon.
It's a wild world out there, Terry.
Yeah. Second shot by Canute on 16.
Yeah, so you could see that Canute had found the inbounds. Now his second shot. I think I hear I think it's going to be a red flag. Yeah, big skip out of bounds for Canute. That's what happens over there on 16.
Wow. Yeah, we saw this morning Ella Hansen go with a similar shot, except for hers was to be a roller going up and over the truss. Now seeing the air shot there by Heimburg. Robinson throwing his second on 16. Truly one of the best drives you could have asked for, and then gets the green flag on the approach.
Yeah, this pin on 16 is about, inside the circle to the water on the left. We'll find out where he landed, but green flag for Robinson. Back here on hole number 4. This is the par 5. 1,171 feet. It's going to like that one. Maybe a little bit too far right. Could affect his angle. But you can see, Terry, the players have this very low ceiling to deal with. But they need to get out of these trees and really as far out there and straight as they can get it. Simon unable to get all the way out of the trees. This is kind of a very classic design principle here by Leonard Muse. Nearly forcing the players to throw the roller here, Terry. Basically the best chance to get out to where they need to be.
Yeah, we see a little frustration coming from James Conrad like we saw on hole 2. Just didn't have the correct angle when he put it down, and it immediately popped up and carried hard left.
Yeah, they're too much cut for Conrad and not enough understability on the disc. That was a good amount of cut for Aderhold. Got it pretty far out there.
And it feels like a roller is a crucial part of success out here on this course. Last year we saw so many of them being quite effective. Here's Ella Hansen, who can throw both big air shots and huge roller shots, as this one goes and curls out around the catch cameraman. Anthony Barella, just a thing of beauty.
And I can't help to think about our commentating partner, Nate Sexton, who is very good at throwing rollers, and it's one of the reasons why he's up near the top at the moment. But this course, as you get to the end, once you get to 16, 17, 18, there's no rollers to throw. It's about executing big shots.
And after finding that OB, Canute lays up. Now Heimburg, just a step or two, and leans into that inside the circle. And that was a birdie bid by Robinson. It looks like he's going to have to settle for the par, but still sitting 10 under and your outright leader. And way up ahead in the fairway, Fox is just milling around.
So for Conrad, he's way out of position. Probably the best option for James here is to try to go with another either big turnover or roller. Try to push it way out there and then try to get it to finish to the right. It's going to be the goal here. That's all in bounds, Terry. Actually, I would say pretty decent effort there from Conrad.
That's often a similar area to where we saw James just finish.
Yeah, you could see as Simon's disc hit that downhill, it just picked up speed, pushing it, and then the understability of the disc flipping over to the right.
And knowing that rollers were so popular, I was taking note of that when I visited the site a few weeks ago. But Brian, talk to us about the ground, because even though you need to throw a roller often, is it true that it's not exactly smooth? It's not like perfectly manicured? What should they be expecting with the ground play?
It's just a big property, and yeah, there's just a lot of different types of grass. You have greens, you have fairways, you have trim, and you have some really lush grass off those cut fairways in where the rough would be for traditional golf. So you have to read the ground, and you also have to read the wind out here. Some of these rollers they're expecting you to throw are huge, and off the tee of this hole there was a head cross to the left, which is a very tough roller wind to begin with. So looking at where Gossage got was pretty impressive.
Appreciate the insight, Brian.
Yeah, that was great insight from Brian, especially with that wind read off the tee. The shot we just saw from Aderholt while Brian was filling us in was great. He is out there. He's going to have a tremendous angle at the basket. Great chance at making birdie. See if Gossage can try to find the proper angle here. Yeah, and he's done a good job at that as well, Terry. See the fox running around there.
Uh-oh. We have to be careful. Eagle McMahon spoke of this yesterday. He said during practice, a fox ran up, grabbed a disc he threw, and then ran off with it. And Eagle ended up chasing it down and then finally getting his disc back after the fox had made its mark on the disc. So there's some real concerns out there.
Similar shot from Calvin. That one's way bigger there for AB.
Robinson will tap in for the par. As I said, he'll remain at 10 under with that. Living his best life out there on the patio.
This is a Jack Hanna episode here, Terry.
AB would have a birdie tap in, trying to bounce back from that double bogey 7 he took recently.
So you can just see Conrad barely down there in the bottom of the lens, at the edge of those rocks. The pin up in the trees at the top of the screen. Now a look from James's position. It's still a really long shot here, Terry, but he has a pretty good angle.
Yeah, and I think it's more of these rocks that he's concerned about during his run-up, kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Oh, and he's taking pretty good advantage of the angle way up there, just shy of circle 1, but that big last tree is going to be a problem.
This is Heimburg to get 3 birdies in a row. is in. So Heimburg, the turkey, holes 3, 4, and 5.
So how many birdies you got to get in a row to get a fox?
That's a good question. Well, I know there's a term for every single successive one that you get after 3. They have all the different terms.
Okay.
That was, I think, reported to me by Sarah DeMar back in the day, or maybe even Brian. Brian's a fanatic bowler. Don't you have like 6 or 8 or 10 300 games, Brian? Give us some of those terms after a turkey. I know there's a ham.
I don't think 6 or 8 300 games is a stretch. I have one when I was a lot younger than I am now, but I made all those terms up, and I believe that I only know what those are. So I don't think I'm right, and I'm not the guy to ask, unfortunately.
All right. I'll get my research department friendly Google on it, and I'll get you guys back to you guys on that one.
I was going to say, if Brian has 8 300 games, he's in the wrong sport. He should be commentating bowling right now. But we're happy he's with us, of course.
Well, 4 is a ham bone. 5 is a Yahtzee. All right, there's all sorts of names. We'll get to those later when Heimburg rings them all up together.
Man, just a few feet left or right of that last tree for Goose Gossage, and he would have been nearly parked. Oh, early tree hit here for Isaac Robinson. That is going to make hole number 17 a very difficult birdie, and in fact, from that far back, you would expect a potential layup. Just playing 17 for par from that far back is a smart play. Remember what I said about Earhart's shot? It was in great position, and just another misfire, just short left. So it's execution for Earhart so far here through the first few holes.
We'll see if Heimburg can set himself up for the ham bone. Second shot on 17.
Yeah, if you're this far back, you just want to take an overstable disc, leave it off to the left. What the fans at home can't see is there's a lake to the right of that basket. Smart play from Isaac. Still have a tricky third. There's the long birdie look from Aaron.
Just off the top for Gossage. And I give Gossage a lot of credit, and this is something that he's been used to since getting on the tour in the last couple of years. But to play at elevation, where he just won last week, playing in Colorado, and then to come play pretty much almost everywhere else in the country that's not at elevation, there's some serious adjustments that need to be made in order to do so. And Gossage will have to be making some of those adjustments this week.
Yeah, and one of those things, when you're a Colorado disc golfer, you're constantly making adjustments.
Yep.
Because if you're not playing in Colorado, you're playing at lower elevation, one of our highest states, of course, here in the United States. So he's used to that, and he does have some good history here out at Swenson Park.
Yeah, I was going to say he certainly has an advantage in that department of anyone that has to make those adjustments. He's been doing it for a while now. Here's Lizotte. Off the cage, and it gets way more roll than he signed up for. And this roll did this get all the way outside of the circle?
Yeah, it's certainly a long walk here.
Wow.
Long, lonely walk. Definitely outside the circle.
What a nasty roll away. So now Lizotte has this left for par. That scoops out of the low left side. So Simon turns the birdie look into a bogey. Ezra getting confirmation that he's considered outside of the circle. He's looking to have the step putt. Just really nothing going right here so far for Aderhold. Calvin now lining up his second shot. Par 5, hole number 6, a little over 1,000 feet. Beautiful shot by Heimburg. We're going to take a quick break in the action. We'll be right back.
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At Tintin Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top-quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
It's always so exciting when we get new plastics of the Passion, but I always end up falling back on the stock ones. And I like to say its closest counterpart is the Buzz. I think my absolute favorite way to throw it is dead straight and just watch the beauty of a straight flight. They've become a staple in the Discraft lineup and also in people's bags, and to know that people everywhere are enjoying the Passion as much as I am. That's just really exciting for me.
Welcome back. Aaron Gossage on the tee.
Wow.
Not quite finding the line.
Conrad going to take the more sensible route up the middle of the fairway. First, way over the top. Hole number 5. 589, par 4. Easiest hole in the course. 58% of the field have birdied it.
right, tree free for Simon Lizotte. We'll take the little victories here.
It's a 60-footer.
Come on, AB. Let's go, AB! Come on now.
Anthony Barella saying a double bogey. No, I'll take those right back. Nice job from AB.
Solid bounce back. The first 6 holes, Barella does have 4 birdies along with the double.
Yeah, and I think for AB, even the double bogey, he was going for the roller. He took a little branch hit. That's what kicked him to miss the mandatory. And even from missing the mando on 1 to try to bogey is still good work. So just an unfortunate mistake from him off the tee. But other than that, he has been clean. I mean, yeah, he missed hole 3, but still pretty darn good for AB. See if he can keep running. After the early short tee shot from Gossage, he's going to basically just need to put him out and himself in position. Again, it's a very short par 4. But you don't want to make another mistake. And that's just where a decent tee shot would be from Gossage. So he'll have a medium range 3rd left.
So Heimburg does pick up the ham bone. Now he's on the tee of 7. Oh, I'm calling for the Yahtzee.
Seven, very tricky. The pin position elevated. OB long and right. And that's a good shot there.
I've got my dice in the cup. I'm warming them up here, Doss. So 8er hold. Hopefully we'll have enough of a ceiling to get aggressive with that putt. Canute to get to 7 under. This is a birdie look on 17. Never a doubt. Great bounce back as well.
Yeah, very solid putt, high in the chains. Here's Isaac after the short tee shot. The safe second. This is where his 3rd landed, so this is for par.
So Isaac's somewhat cooling off since our camera had caught up with him. Obviously still an incredible round, and he's your leader, but hasn't been making much magic since we showed up.
All that being said, Isaac's still the leader by 1.
Three or four skips there for Conrad's going to put him out to circle's edge.
Wow, 1-shot wonder there for James.
You'd almost think that was a miracle shot.
Sort of holy in that sense. A holy shot.
After the 60-footer, Cambrella followed up with another circle 2 connection. And the elevated pin says no.
It's a really hard putt to fully go for because the OB behind over there on 7. And this is just pretty much just a wheelhouse shot here for Simon. Does a nice job. I think what the course designer was trying to do there on this hole, being under 600 feet par 4, is really trying to draw out shots like the one we saw from AB. Something unique, sort of a risk-reward type of eagle stroke separation. Definitely a hole that you cannot bogey. Only 5 players today have taken bogey here on number 5. I mentioned it earlier, that's versus 58% of the field that have birdied.
Here James directing a little traffic, telling us he's at about 40 feet. Conrad's effort is low. So Ezra also showing a little frustration. Just feels like there is not much of a positive vibe going on here on the card. And that appeared to be high right. The basket does drag it back in, but a little more work than what Gossage was expecting here on this easy par 4.
And I really do think that when you're playing a course that's 11,000 plus feet, it requires a little bit of inner zen because there's not action for in the relative sense of the term. There's action because these players are executing long, very technical shots trying to hit spots. But you have to stay inside your own game and just execute and be proud of that execution, and that's where the energy comes from.
Canute comes into hole 18 at 7 under par. Currently in the top 10. Kevin Jones trying to put himself on the board here, getting birdies on both 6 and 7.
Look at where Calvin landed here, Terry. I think your Yahtzee is pretty much a guarantee.
I hear the dice jingling around there. That's a Yahtzee, folks. Calvin Heimburg, 5 in a row. Isaac Robinson, tee of 18.
Yeah, this is our first look at 18. You have Obi that runs to the left side of the fairway. You have the deep, thick rough on the right. And a green flag there for Isaac Robinson.
He got it.
Wow. Seriously, Jack Hanna, Terry. Seriously.
Let me know if on the box,
He, no, that's it's about 4 o'clock.
Yeah, it's
a little mid-afternoon snack.
I was going to say, it's lunchtime.
For old Foxy.
Well, for now, these guys are safe because we take a look at the scores. We'll see who's safe. But right now, Isaac Robinson, 10 under, trying to get to 11. put himself in good position. We said Chandler's in the clubhouse. Gannon Burr also making a charge. He's 8 under with just 17 and 18 to play.
Okay, that makes sense. Burr was in the group behind Isaac.
Yeah, they had caught up to one another during that backup where we saw them having a conversation earlier.
Just to see the fox hunting. I mean, that's nature for you.
I'm just waiting for the crowd. Wasn't sure if you're waiting on me. Sure, go in. They're a bit too much in the eyesight. Fair enough.
Simon Lizotte telling us he's just waiting on the crowd and everyone else to get settled.
Mentioned it earlier. Hole 6, a par 5. Just 1,006 feet. Playing as the 3rd easiest hole today. Simon decided to go with just the air shot, keep it clean. Gossage going to go for the aggressive roller here. Landed it nicely. And anytime you're out near the catch cam, doing pretty good. Nice shot there from Aaron Gossage.
Also, to put it in perspective, hole 4, 11, almost 1,200 feet. Hole 5, just short of 600 feet. And hole 6, 1,000 feet. So you're looking at 2,800 feet of play in just 3 holes. There's plenty of 9-hole courses that are shorter than that.
Wow, and for Conrad, that disc just never actually flipped over. It held the cut roll the entire way and finished way out there, but have a little tree trouble.
Canute looking like a layup just for positioning, really being too far to the right side. So from there, he'll be looking to get up and down. Keep our eye on Heimburg going for the 6er.
I like to call it a wild turkey, Terry. This is a very tricky shot. Got OB all over this green. I heard the crowd liking it. They are showing him inside circle 1 for Robinson on 18.
Oh, that's going to push deep and left of the pin. So if he's going to keep the birdie streak alive, he's going to have to make a long one from circle 2. Beautiful overview shots brought to us by our friends over at flightfactorydisc.com. You can head out there, type in the code DGPT10, and you will receive 10% off your order. Again, check them out, flightfactorydisc.com.
Simon's got a little bit of airspace here to work with. Should be able to get some air under the disc. Try to get a little more carry on this one. Just a few notches of angle away from that, drifting back to the hyzer side of things, but still a decent shot there from Simon. Out across that golf fairway. You can see kind of what we're looking at here. The players having to cross 3 total golf fairways here on hole number 6.
Knut hoping to get up and down to save the par. A little bit of work left to do there on 18.
Yeah, if you're not in position off the tee on 18, you're forced to lay up, and it's a lot of out of bounds. And this is that tree trouble that I was talking about, Terry, for Conrad. And he had the low ceiling, unable to get the nose up on the disc. And unfortunately, it's going to be a you're still out situation for James Conrad.
Isaac Robinson trying to close out with a birdie. Comes into hole number 18 at 10 under. And unfortunately, he's going to leave at 10 under. He's still going to be your leader as of right now. But Isaac Robinson, a 10 under effort. That's with only just 1 birdie in the last 6 holes. So very much cooled off as he closed out his round.
Yeah, but I mean, also in a stretch where we've seen Aderholt go bogey or birdie free. McMahon, the group ahead, he's only birdied 1 of these holes. All these holes we've been watching, Isaac birdied all of them.
And that was for par, so Knut's going to give 1 back to the course, but he still is in the top 10. Right now we're seeing him tied for 7th. Conrad.
A sneaky name has just entered the top 10 in Cody Kirkland. And if you're a fan of the Disc Golf Pro Tour, you know that Cody was leading this tournament after round number 1 last year. So Cody is playing really well here in the opening round of the 23 version. Played 9 holes. He's 6 down. Currently sitting on a Yahtzee himself. Terry, 5 in a row the last 5 holes.
So safe to say there's no monopoly on on that game out there today.
No.
Five, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Doing the work. Perfect from C1X. And 1 for 2, I believe, from C2. Kelvin does have a look. This is from Circle 2 for the 6-pack. Or Wild Turkey, if we're going all animals. Looks like a par in store for Heimburg. Now back with Simon Lizotte. Looks like he's waiting for just a moment, maybe for some others to settle.
So the trickiness here is the basket location. You got the slope to the left of the pin. You got the high side on the right. And Simon has judged that beautifully. It's going to be a tap-in birdie for Simon Lizotte. It's tough to do that from that distance. You're trying to put the nose up of a putter. but not get it over the ridge of the hill where it's going to slope away. You also don't want to jam it into the side of the hill and leave it 25 short. Not bad.
Gannon Burr currently tied for second at 9 under. Trying to attack the pin on 18. He gets a green flag.
The unique thing on Burr's scorecard, as he is inside circle 1 over there, is that he is at 9 down, but he has 1 bogey on his card. He bogeyed hole number 4 today. So we'll see if Burr can't make that birdie putt and tie the new course record by Isaac Robinson. Adam Hammis has snuck in to 9 under as well. Hammis has played 15 holes, 9 under, bogey free.
Conrad doesn't get that to fall into the basket as it hits on the high right side, so he'll be left with a par. Gossage is in for the birdie. Ezra, we need to get something going as well. Things have been quite slow for this card. Ezra collects his 6th par of the round. And as they head over to the 7th, we're going to take a look at everyone in our top 10. You just called it a moment ago. Gannon Burr up there with Adam Hammis, who's got 3 holes left to play. Chandler Kramer also there at 9 under. Vino has been in the clubhouse for quite some time. He's at 8 under. Jona Heinonen, excuse me, sits at 7. And Gannon Burr, we see some right to left, maybe a little bit over his shoulder. This is to get to 10 under and for a share of the lead.
Just that close, Terry. It's a tough putt there. Elevated basket. The OB is equal distance behind the pin. For Burr, it'll be a par. Let's take a look at hole number 7, par 3. 364 feet. We saw this a moment ago with Calvin Heimburg getting within 5 feet of the pin. So OB pond to the right, elevated basket, of course, and this slope to the right of the pin is really critical because anything putting from the left side of the basket towards the basket can slope away, and there's a little OB on the right and left. There's a small inbounds peninsula, which we've seen players land on as well. But a 15-foot putt from the safe side of the pin is really ideal.
Simon's going to have about a 35, maybe 40-footer.
We'll be able to see Gossage go to this sidearm here. Pretty darn good shot there from Gossage. He'll have that big root ball, if that's the word. I don't know to deal with, but inside the circle for Aaron. Great control on that sidearm. Conrad really needs to get something going. This is a great wheelhouse shot here for Conrad. 364. A little bit of breeze off of his right. Check the flag. Yeah. Just overplayed that a little bit, and that wind coming off of Conrad's right grabbed the nose of the disc and just drove it straight down, finding the OB on the right side. Ederhold going to try to control the angle a little bit better here. He's got to get up. And that's a red flag as well for Ederhold. Just a few inches for Ezra would have been parked.
Solid birdie putt for Sexton to close out. He took an 8, a quadruple bogey back on hole 16. We're being told that's the first time that Nate Sexton has had an 8 on his scorecard in 3 years. And that is brought to us by our friends over at Statmando. And I'm not sure. I mean, the fact that they had to go look that up to tell us it's been that long is somewhat of a backhanded compliment, I guess. But Nate Sexton, just one bad hole out here today.
Yeah, just that one, as you mentioned, quad on 16. That came on the back of 2 out of bounds for Sexton. And that just shows you how difficult 16 can be. And this run of 16, 17, 18 they're basically 3 of the top most difficult holes on the course. So nothing is guaranteed until you're in the clubhouse here at Swenson Park. Calvin's doing some work today, Ter.
Lizotte from circle 2.
Wow, he did stay close behind the pin. So close to a birdie. You can see how much he wanted that.
Sounded like some of Goose's family members cheering him on there.
Very fitting. They knew he was going to make that. That's a nice birdie there from Gossage. So Conrad as well as Ederhold forced to just lay up to try to make bogey here.
Disappointing par for Lizotte as we're going to head over to 8. Let's take a look at what they need to do here, Nate.
Yeah, so hole number 8, par 4, 828 feet. It is playing as the 6th most difficult hole. You can see that low ceiling tee shot out here past the opening. And this grouping of trees right here. Have to bend to the left of these. A lot of options for the players, and that's what I mentioned in the opening. where there's a lot of creative angles that these players can try to attack. It all depends on where the tee shot is. And the trickiness here on 8 is this green location. It's on this big wide open hill.
And thanks to our friends over at Jomez Pro, we have some additional graphics to give us some oversight, some overview looks.
Yeah.
And of course, you can head over to the Jomez Pro Patreon if you're looking to possibly win an all-inclusive trip to the World Championships later this year, 2 round-trip flights, lodging at Smuggler's Notch, and 2 World's Gold VIP passes, which gives you both access along with merch, meet and greets, and more. Head on over jomezpro.com/VIP worlds.
Now that's something worth putting your name in the hat for, Terry.
I
mean, come on.
One way or another, I'll get there. Maybe I can go jump on board.
This year I'll be watching with my son on TV, Terry.
Let's see what Gossage can do. That's going to be a clean tee shot for Aaron.
As we saw in the flyover there for Gossage, critical to get through that second level of trees and get to the left of them. Oh, and just a late tree kick there for Lizotte. That's going to make for a much more challenging and tricky second shot. So the thing is, Terry, if you can get through that set of trees and get out to the left like we saw for Gossage, he can create a better angle to try to attack this green.
Ezra still hunting for his first birdie. Clears everything and finds the opening. Heimburg up ahead on 9.
Nine's got this second shot over water. Safely over that water, but a little long and left of the pin. Have to putt back at it. That was that shot we saw in the Lizotte package where he hit the front of the cage in the final round. I believe that was that hole. High above Swenson Park. Traditional golf course.
I believe there are 27 holes located out here. If you were to come out and with your ball and clubs and do it the traditional style. And speaking of the park, it's undergone a number of different looks and iterations over the 3 years we've been here. Brian, what can you tell us about your conversations with our primary course designer in Leonard Muse? I know you caught up with him in the last few days. What do you have to say about the layout and the design?
Yeah, Leonard is so enjoyable to talk to. I definitely think he's one of the most humble course designers that I've ever met, in the sense that he is such a perfectionist that he's obsessed with finding feedback from people, and he's confident in himself and his design enough to where he can vet whether or not someone's criticism is coming from a good perspective, a bad perspective. He's open to all types of feedback, and he really takes time to implement that year after year. Even saying last year for the FPO division, he messed up the distances by 15 to 20 feet. He looked at the statistics and he found that that little change in distance is something that he needed to make for the following year. So it just shows that he is meticulous with his design. He's very proud of the variety that the players have to take on this course. And I think we see it. I think it's really cool how he's taken this pretty flat piece of land and given us a really solid championship disc golf course.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Thank you for the insight, Brian. And he had said that he felt like the FPO design needed a little more reworking than the MPO design. And also then our tournament directors, Sean and Sean, talked about how many different tees and pins are out here so that they can accommodate and challenge the divisions correctly, as we see the OB shot there a moment ago from Simon.
Well, and that should actually be a hazard hit there for Simon as he's inside the sand trap. So he'll actually play from that position with a one-stroke penalty. Do I have that right, Terry?
I believe they're playing, if that's how they're playing it, as a hazard. Sand traps right and near the green. So if typically that's how we see most of the sand trap hazards played.
Fair enough.
We'll see if we can get confirmation for sure on that. Barella has a birdie look. Step through, falls in for him. He moves to 3 under.
And with a double bogey on the front 9, that's actually not horrible for AB. A good solid back 9. Maybe another 3 to 5 down. He's still right in this tournament. So you can see by Gossage getting out this far, Terry, look at the angle he's created. A long, straight backhand hyzer, and it's perfect for Aaron Gossage. I mean, inside the bullseye here on the 5th most challenging hole in the course. Terry, only 6 players so far today have birdied this hole, and he slipped slightly. What a shot from Aaron Gossage. That's fantastic. And it all came from the tee shot, putting him that far out.
And from one goose to another, not only are we getting some distances, also the spotting, and somebody's trying to protect their territory.
I mean, he's got the whole goose army out there helping him out.
Heimburg on the tee of 10.
I remember we wore that out 2 years ago, Terry, the goose reference. Maybe we'll leave it alone this year, but that's a shot from Calvin Heimburg. That's going to be a very tricky putt. OB behind the pin.
Here's our hazards, right? Huh?
So, as I mentioned, he is in the hazard, so that is a penalty, but he is going to play from that location.
And just like that, Ezra will pick up his first birdie of the round. That'll bring him back to even par through 8.
So on a hole where only 6 players in the whole tournament had birdied, we're going to see 3.
That's why we put him on the feature card,
I mean,
Nate.
what a way these guys played this hole. That is tremendous.
And someone who's been struggling today, Eagle McMahon. We see him just 1 under through the front 9. Here he is on the tee of 10.
It's got to hold on.
Looks like it's going to just drop right to the pin, and it does. So McMahon should be a short tap in to pick up his 3rd birdie of the round.
That's a scary shot from McMahon, but pays off. This is 17.
Adam trying to close out. He's got a great round going, sitting at 9 under through 16, looking for a share of the lead.
Uh-oh. Now the challenge continues here. Clearly he was willing to go for it from about 50 with OB behind. Now he's going to be about 25 feet, still the same challenge ahead. Anything off the top or right of this basket most likely would find the water.
Not a problem. Great resolve and concentration coming in from Heimburg to still step up and convert on the par look. Gossage with the honors on 9.
And that tree hit is going to make a second shot very questionable for Aaron Gossage. Had he missed that tree and continued to push forward, he would have most certainly been going over the water. This is hole number 9, where that second shot brings water into play. You need a good tee shot. That'll be just fine for Ezra. Off to that left side. There is OB over there, but he's short of that. I don't think it gets much better than that, Terry.
Yeah, he's going to be over in the Ezra territory. Should set him up nicely for his second shot.
Yeah, he pushed a little bit more up and to the right, and should have a great angle at the pin.
And not clean for Lizotte.
From a distance perspective, the water's not a big deal.
And we'll take a look at what we were just talking. You were mentioning distance and where you want to be. Thanks to our friends over at Birdie Pro, where you can pick up your version over at boaterbrothers.com, as they were successfully funded on Kickstarter just a few weeks ago. But taking a look at where we see Gossage in that front lower right side where the orange is, and then Lizotte on the left, and then the other two, Ezra and Conrad, high left side, that hopefully will set them up. But for a better perspective, yes, we have this overview, but Brian, give us some analysis on these shots and what these guys are looking at here.
Yeah, well, I think the one player that really is going to have a struggle on their second shot is Aaron Gossage. I thought originally that Simon was going to have some issues behind that big mature oak tree, but it turns out he's actually in a pretty solid position, and this demonstrates exactly what Leonard wants on this hole. He loves that a shot that doesn't quite get to that aggressive landing zone still has an option for the player to show off their technicality and power to get up and down with some sort of long hyzer flip shot down the corridor. Leonard actually said he's really specifically proud of the design on hole number 9.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you at all, Brian. And, you know, the problem here for Gossage, again, it's not really the distance, but it's these early trees. I mean, if he hits any kind of branch, leaf that slows him up at all, that's when the water comes into play. He's going to have to be very technical here and also put plenty of power on it. Once you get over the water, you have all the safe land you want. There was a tree hit. I heard it, Terry. Oh, and he still gets over beautifully.
What a recovery shot there by Gossage. I'm not sure if he knows just how good that shot actually is. That may be blind from where he was, but that is in great position to still get the birdie.
And here's that long corridor shot that Brian was mentioning. A little bit of wind. Simon is now questioning. Yeah, you can see it's a head crosswind. Really nice control there from Simon Lizotte to the edge of circle 1.
Looks to be about circle's edge. We'll roll back, take another look at this forehand by Gossage.
Yeah, so he hit a little bit of foliage early, and, well, he hits one of his fellow geese.
Little goose-on-goose action.
Oh, boy.
Inside, looking for a birdie, though.
It's just too easy. All right, Aderhold's going to go to the sidearm. Those are the branches I'm talking about, Terry.
Oh, and that looks like it's going to come up short. Brian, we're assuming that's out of bounds. Can you confirm if Ezra has gone out of bounds on his second shot?
Yeah, it does not look good, Terry. I believe he is out of bounds. The spotter just marked where he went out.
That was exactly what I was mentioning for Goose, Aaron Gossage, and that's what happened there for Ezra Aderhold. A little bit of leaf foliage hit was going to slow him down just enough where he wasn't going to get over the water. Big mistake from Aderhold there. Conrad's kind of got this high right side where he can use elevation. And see the high reeds in the long end of your lens there. He's going to try to go over that, throwing a hyzer back towards the pin.
Angle looks good. And what a shot by James Conrad, trying to pick up another birdie. Heinonen for bogey on 17. Had a really solid front nine. Has struggled as of late, though.
So let's hope that Ezra has at least called a provisional here. Smart to do anytime you don't actually know and can't actually see the disc out of bounds.
Yeah, if you're not going to run up and double check, it doesn't hurt to just declare a provisional. The last thing you'd want is for somebody to possibly call you out of bounds or you assume to be out of bounds, and then you play as if that's the case, and then you walk up there just to find that you were inbounds the entire time. That mistake has been made, well, I'll say far too many times in my commentating and playing career.
Oh, yeah.
Very effective pitch up there by Ezra Aderhold.
I really feel as if the upcoming birdie putts for both Conrad and, more importantly, for the defending champion, Simon Lizotte, are very critical. You know, we're just about to end the front 9 here. For them to get birdies, it would take Conrad to 1 under, Simon to 2 under. They need that momentum heading into the back 9.
Now we're with Calvin Heimburg. Tee of 11. Nice safe shot for Heimburg. And here's Hammes with his second shot on 17. And he's going to play it to the safe left side. If he converts from there, that would push him to 10 under. Brian, is there any conversation as to where Ezra is? Or are they just simply locating his disc and there's nothing to be said about it?
Yeah, I think they're just trying to locate it, Terry.
All right, thank you. Great putt. We'll see if that does exactly what you called for, Doss. He's looking for some momentum. It's been quite a roller coaster round. In fact, he just has 1 par in the front, so he's going to need to get something going here.
Exactly. I mean, Gossage, this is a chance for him to go 6 down through the front 9. Bogey free. Simon's got 3 bogeys. That's the difference between their rounds so far. Oh, boy.
That lifted way up and over for Gossage.
And, you know, Terry, as we're hitting the 5 o'clock hour here in Stockton, California, the wind is starting to get become a little bit of a problem. And now Gossage has putted from a birdie to a longer par putt. Wind off of his right from behind. Huge mistake. He's got to make this putt.
And after such an incredible upshot, which we had pegged at more than 425 feet, that he had thrown that upshot from to get to where he did to have the birdie look, and now he's going to walk away with his first bogey of the round. And he's going to fall back to 4 under. Meanwhile, Conrad, no problem.
Well, I guess it goes to say the same for what we just saw, these birdies. Those are momentum shifts for the back 9. Now, where does Gossage stand? I mean, that lifting hyzer putt that he did, he slings it 33 feet long, and now he makes a bogey. Barella going to go to the big spike hyzer out over the water on 11. The pin is within circle 1 of the water, and nice shot there from AB.
He'll be at circle's edge. Now, AB's traveling partner, good buddy, Adam Hammes, is trying to become a co-leader at 10 under par. He needs this putt to do so. 17's green. It's up, and it's over the top. Likely has checked up. Now, you don't have to go into the water to go out of bounds there. There's a painted line that is behind that basket. I think he probably still came up short of that, but just know that there is a painted line. It's not the water's edge that's out of bounds over there.
Calvin having to go to the same hyzer over the water and executes it even better than AB. Nice shot from both Heimburg and Barella.
A conversion there would bring Heimburg to 6 under.
Just 15 players have birdied here on hole 10 today. Conrad, great speed, control, and just enough to hang on there. That was a great view at how close the out-of-bounds line is to the basket over on 10.
That's going to, yeah, that goes out of bounds for Lizotte.
That can happen so quickly here on 10. 10, 435 feet. Aaron's going to try to go with the overstable flex. He's going to have to try to depend on the skip. Oh, and the branch slows him down. Can that get to the hyzer angle and work the skip the whole way here?
Starts to fight back, but it's going to come up short. So that's going to be a dangerous putt from circle 2 with the OB water less than 12 feet behind the basket. McMahon throwing his second on 11. Excuse me, on 12. Nope, that was 11. I was correct, but that should be a tap in for McMahon. So Hammes was in fact safe and sits 1 behind our leader in Isaac Robinson. Hammes at 9 with 1 to play. AB for birdie on 11. Big shout out to the crew and staff, everyone here, all hands on deck and then some out here at the OTB Open. Spotters, disc retrievers, divers, a little bit of everything, as Gossage not wanting to mess with the water at all.
Well, the club out in Sacramento or Stockton, California is called Windjammers, and they've been a great club for a long time. My last amateur win was in Stockton, California, back in 1999.
Someday we'll get back to those.
I'm working on it, Terry. I'm working on it.
And yes, the fact checkers proved you right yet again, Doss. 1993, Leonard Muse was running your very first ever tournament where you took 3rd place in junior boys. Those other 2 were sandbaggers in front of you, I'm guessing. I think that's the default solution. Now, Simon Lizotte has a chance to save par here on 10.
It's solid par there. That's a nice save.
Look how close that water is directly behind the basket.
And the hole is 435. I mean, it's shocking to see water that close on a hole that's 355. But at 435, that's what it takes on the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
Calvin Heimburg now has this very short look for birdie on 11. And he's in. That's the 6-pack in total for Calvin Heimburg. We're going to take a break right now. We'll be right back.
Play smart. That means getting reliable results from reliable discs.
Keep it simple. Founded in 1995 as Innova's original molding partner, Millennium Golf Discs are designed for control and not overcomplicating your game.
Throw Millennium. Premium discs that help you compete at your best.
Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium.
My name is Ricky Wysocki. I founded the Saki Bomb Foundation as a nonprofit organization committed to growing the sport of disc golf with America's youth. The foundation's First Putt initiative puts 50 discs and one portable basket in the hands of PE teachers across the United States at no cost to the school. We've already sent First Putt packages to schools in all 50 states with the generous support from our sponsors. If you want to be a part of this movement, visit SakiBombFoundation.org. Thank you for growing the sport of disc golf with us.
I just think the plastic is very premium. It's a high quality material. The way the disc feels in my hand.
I think it's the quality of plastic.
It's unlike any other plastic that you'll find in the industry.
The quality is better than any other company out there.
Again, just consistent plastic. It's something I can consistently trust on every single throw.
There's so many discs to choose from, and I guarantee if you tried every disc in the lineup, you're gonna wanna put multiple discs in your bag.
It's extremely high quality. You can only say so much, they have to eventually just try it themselves and see.
Yeah, if you want to keep it in the fairway on a wooded course, throw a Wombat 3.
Welcome back, James Conrad on the tee of 11.
Hole 11, a very tricky tee shot. You can either play this way left, which is much safer, but a really challenging second shot. You could hear Conrad say, that's plenty safe. So he's way over there to the left. The more right you go, which is a way more risky shot, you get that hyzer into the green like we saw from the 3 on the previous card. So when you're way over left like this, then you have to play this shot that has to try to beat those big mature trees that protect the green. It's AB from the drop zone.
And what a par save by Barella. And what a beautiful shot from our overhead drone. Big thanks to our friends at FlightFactoryDisc.com. Use the code DGPT10 when you're checking out. You'll get a discount over there at FlightFactoryDisc.com.
Yeah, so Gossage put himself in a pretty good position to potentially take that hyzer line that I was mentioning. See what Aderhold can do here. Saw it in the picture-in-picture. It was close for Heimburg, but he was in bounds. And a 50-footer from Calvin Heimburg for his now 7th birdie. What a putt.
We are being told this is Maximus Meyer here on 18, making his Disc Golf Network debut. He's at Circle's Edge, little tailwind. Oh, but it's going to push it right into the basket. Maximus closing out his round, 3 over.
What a debut. I mean, that was a good putt. Boy, Eagle, if he can make this, he's going to start to have one of those rounds that we've been seeing from McMahon. Slow to start, but still grinding. This is for 3 in a row to get to 4 down.
Left side corner pocket for McMahon. And just a little while ago, we were talking about how he's not been a factor, how he's been so slow, and we weren't even following all of his shots. And now Eagle starting to pick things back up. You've called that in the past, Doss, his slow starts, that he ends up still coming out and putting together decent rounds. This might be one of those days.
We saw in the picture-in-picture, Terry, Hammes went OB on his second shot. That was his fourth, so he'll have that putt for bogey, so he's going to drop back a little bit. Goes to show you on 16, 17, and 18, you can get bit by any one of those holes. So this is what I was talking about. See how Conrad's way left? He has to try to beat those trees, which he does nicely. He gets around them. His angle, he's throwing directly at the water. So smart for him to end up short. Pretty good shot from James. Just 18 players today have birdied here on hole number 11.
Well, and speaking of which, I want to talk to Brian. Brian, talk to us about the wind on 11 and maybe the risk and reward of the big shot and what that means for a second shot. Are we surprised to see someone like Ezra not play to the wider part of the fairway?
Well, I think we had that distance contest win, that tail left to the right, and players were trying to throw super high and get the big turn to try to push that right side, opening up that second shot hyzer over the water, but all of them kind of stalled their drives out. No one really took full advantage. I think Gossage kind of had the best of the group.
Appreciate it, Brian.
So Simon has options. He is going to go to this big spike hyzer. Whoa, that's wide. That's got to fight.
It hits, and it's going to stay safe for Lizotte. Wow, what a fortunate roll as that finds the green.
I mean, that nearly check-skipped out of bounds. Didn't even scare the Heron here, who is deeply focused on the water.
The Heron's just thinking, man, that really should have skipped out.
He's like, man, that check skip, that was going right towards the water. That was lucky. Hey, the Heron said it, not me, Terry.
Exactly. McMahon, tee of 13.
Eagle hit early.
At best, a long-range look for birdie. Now, Aaron Gossage, as Brian called it, definitely the best drive in the group. Now it's just a matter of staying clean or fighting through, and that's going to check up. No putting required for Gossage. That'll be a tap-in birdie on 11.
Yeah, and you could see the angle difference from the one we saw from Simon and why we were so concerned. Simon's was about 40 feet wider than that off the release, but still finds in bounds. Here on 13, it's about getting out these big trees, and it's the second player that gets caught up.
Heimburg certainly still within range of hunting down that double-digit 10 under par that's currently leading the pack.
This looks nice from AB. Gets past those big trees. Nice forward skip. That is about perfect.
That is on the mark for one James Conrad. Great putt.
Yeah, and that's a really good, what I would call scramble birdie, because his tee shot was so far short and left. For him to be able to scramble and still birdie there, very, very nice.
Ezra to fight himself back to even par. That's 2 birdies and 2 bogeys on today's round.
Yeah, Ezra's it's just been all the release points for him. Otherwise, you know, he has the skills on this course. Simon, he's going to go ahead and get the birdie as well. So again, a hole that only 18% of the field had birdied. These guys just star framed it.
They're not our feature card for nothing, Nate. Heimburg throwing his second. Just trying to scramble up and walk away with a par at this point. And Hammes takes the bogey on the final hole. Still very impressive round out here, shooting 8 under. Currently tied for 4th. We'll see if that keeps him probably somewhere on the within the top 2 or 3 cards for sure. Heimburg has this left for par. Oh, and it lifts too high. Heimburg right off the top, and it carries past. This is at least the same distance, even greater maybe coming back.
Yes, I would say.
This is almost circle's edge.
I would say that it's very similar distance-wise, and now he's got this for bogey. Oh my God, this would just erase the last 2 holes if he cannot make this.
Just the wheels falling off here on.
Whoa.
And that quickly, he drops out of the top 10. A double bogey for Calvin Heimburg. It's hard to believe. I have to take a deep breath. Hard to believe what we just saw there.
It's not often that we see Calvin Heimburg 3-putt from inside circle 1.
Beautiful shot for Conrad, just deep of the pin.
Yeah, you notice how good Conrad got that to float. Kind of got it up there, just riding the wind, and just beautifully came in with very good speed control from Conrad. 328. It is in Island Green.
That looks just deep of the pin for Simon Lizotte.
Yeah, we just saw Calvin make a putt from back that way. Aaron's going to go to the sidearm here.
Certainly workable for Gossage. I mean, if Ezra can scrape together 4 out of 6 or 5 out of 6 to close this out, which is not looking in that direction because that's out of bounds. I should just stop my thought. I mean, he could get 5 out of 6 and have a very respectable round, still claw into something, but not with that. Barella's in for the birdie, and we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Saxon Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal because I'm gonna eat it all.
We're in Georgia. This is my home state. I've played here, all my life, and it just kind of feels natural. Each tee shot out there, I feel 100% confident. That's what I'm out here to do, and I'm not stopping.
That is absolutely perfect.
Too easy for Robinson.
This is insane.
What a putt.
First time major winner, Isaac Robinson.
My mom's always the person I call if I have a bad round, if I have a good round, and she's always been there for me.
My mom is my #1 fan.
I think my mom has been one of the most supportive people of my disc golf journey.
My mom has been a huge part in my disc golf career. She's always been encouraging.
I am so grateful for my mom.
I don't think I would be the disc golfer I am today without my mom.
Practice. It's the difference between good and great. Distractions are obstacles. Eliminate them and see how far you can go.
Go long! Whoa.
Hey, over here.
Welcome back as we see Ezra tap in a moment ago there for his bogey. A couple birdies also, including James Conrad picking up a ham bone of his own.
Yeah, that's Conrad. Remember I talked about it, Terry? The birdie on 9, the momentum. What has Conrad gone on to do? Birdie the last 3 holes in a row after that birdie for 4 in a row. So, man, looking good for James Conrad. This is a tricky little hole. Number 14. Eagle's going to go to the roller.
Oh,
beautiful.
Gets the redirect off the tree in his favor.
That's awesome.
Here's Cody Kirkland. Currently in a tie for 6th.
Great shot, Cody. Thank you.
Cody did bogey on 15. Still a solid round so far. Here's Calvin. Gonna go to that low burner. A bit too low. Here's the over-the-top shot of number 13. You can kind of see the big gap just left of the side of the tee out there. That's where they're going to be aiming. There's one big prominent tree. If they could just get around that to the right, it's all wide open space to the pin. We saw it from AB. He just got past that tree and was inside circle 1. That's the one you got to get around to the right side. It's a little bit high and left there for Conrad. 438, so it's still a full drive.
Low and overturned there by Gossage.
Yeah. Yeah, Aaron was trying to force the gap hit, which he did, but he just overplayed it, versus what we saw from Conrad, who was trying to work the disc through the gap and underplayed it. Can Simon find the middle ground there?
Oh, and it just needed to beat that tree, and he gets a kick off to the right, out into the open, but just a few inches from being a great shot by Lizotte.
I mean, that's one where you're back in the clubhouse and you're going,
this
literally
close.
Inches. I mean, had he just worked around that, he would have been parked.
And the struggles continue for Aderhold.
Yeah, that's early release program for Ezra. Short for Calvin. Long birdie look here on 14. Eagle McMahon is one short putt away from tying Calvin Heimburg for the day. That's what we have seen from Eagle McMahon over this last run where he finished second and second. It's been his unwillingness to give up. He just keeps fighting. He keeps grinding. And this putt is to tie Calvin for the day, and he's got it.
What a slow start. He was 1 over after 5. Certainly has turned this round completely around in his favor. Kirkland's second.
Come down.
There's only been 6 birdies on this hole today, and we're not going to see one from Cody Kirkland. He's getting the red flag.
Yeah, 6 birdies versus 50% of the field taking bogey or worse. Yikes, is what I like to say. That's 16's rough.
Oh,
15, very tricky pin location. It's on this point. Oh, and that's a roll away. That can find OB, but it does stay in bounds.
And with the OB that can be found even on that putt, we'll have to see how aggressive Eagle wants to be up to that higher ridge line.
Yeah, you have OB left, and then you have the golf green to the right that can come into play from Eagle's angle, putting back at it. But man, Eagle was so close to just being within the circle. So pin's kind of straight away, dead straight away. There's a golf green off to the right, and then that slope to the left. There is OB on the left side.
This needs to slow down. It actually goes deep of the basket, but it still comes up safe for Heimburg. And although there'll be a slope away from the pin behind it, he will have a good angle for the putt. Simon Lizotte so far with just 3 pars on his day. Pretty eventful. Conrad gets that to drop, so although his birdie streak will come to an end, he'll do so with a par. Conrad remains at 4 under.
Of the final 5 holes, hole 15 is the easiest, as the 11th most difficult. Every other hole that we're about to play is in the top 10 of difficulty, including the final 3 holes, which are the first, second, and third most difficult. So you need birdies now, because birdies down the stretch are hard to come by.
McMahon from a knee. That could carry, and it looks like it's going to check up just short of the green, but that's exactly what I was worried about when having that uphill putt and coming in with any speed or possible roll or kick off the basket. McMahon's going to be safe, though. Here's Heimburg.
Calvin dealing with the slope on the opposite side. It goes low and stays close.
Yeah, Calvin's concern was different in that he had to think about a slope that would just make it a longer putt, as opposed to what we saw from McMahon. His mistake could have found him out of bounds. And Kirkland just barely squeaks that in.
That's a good solid par from Cody. Again, the leader from last year's first round, Cody Kirkland. Son of famed disc golfer and Frisbee Hall of Famer Jon Kirkland. This is the frustration of playing at Swenson Park. It's all of these long shots and you're hitting trees late. One of the most challenging things in disc golf is when you have these longer holes trying to miss trees at the end of the flight. Much easier to miss early on, but you got to try to miss these late trees. And that's why it's so critical of the release angle and the release line off the tee. A little bit too high there for Aaron.
Clean for most of the way for Lizotte, but it's still going to come up short. Earhart's going to be in the same neighborhood as where we'll just see Simon Lizotte having to putt from. And we're out here for our West Coast swing. And, well, if you're watching on YouTube, welcome in. Thank you guys so much for joining us here today. This is your free day on YouTube. If you want to watch the rest of the action, you, of course, will have your post-production opportunities. But if you want to watch it live, head on over to discgolfnetwork.com. Sign up. If you're a member of the PDGA, a current member that is, you receive a 50% discount on your monthly subscription. So come join us over on the Disc Golf Network, the home of live disc golf. And as all of our competitors move from Arkansas over here to the West Coast to begin this swing, we're starting off things in Stockton, and then of course we'll be moving north over the next few weekends. Next weekend, Beaver State Fling, a favorite of both players and fans alike. Then we'll have the Discraft's Cascade Challenge. Weekend after that, Portland Open, which is an Elite Plus event. And then the Zootown Open will take place in Missoula, Montana. So plenty of golf over the next few weekends.
Yeah, this is a literal favorite for basically the entire tour. Because once we leave Missoula, we head to the Midwest.
You know what they say, Midwest is best, right? Is that what we say from Wisconsin? Something like that?
That's right. That's right. It's going to be a fun Midwestern swing this year. We're covering the Des Moines Challenge, Preserve, Cale's Place.
Of course, Ledgestone and others. So plenty of golf all right here on the Disc Golf Network. Brian, talk to us a little bit about the traffic out there. We're hearing that there may be a potential slowdown or a backup coming up for us.
Yeah, on the next hole that the lead card has to play, there's kind of a crossover. The basket is in the sight of the tee shot of the next hole after that. So there's a 2-card backup here, and lead card might actually get out unscathed. We'll just have to see. They might wait to putt as well.
And that's exactly what it looks like we're seeing from Simon Lizotte here, just standing down for a moment. Those are some distractions. And sometimes it can be that the player is distracted by movement behind him, or that someone who's putting is thinking, hey, I don't want to putt, and then have the sound of the chains disrupt somebody else that's about to throw. So there's a couple different possibilities that can be taking place when someone's standing down. And
That'll be a good spot.
Linus Carlson is just made an announcement about how he is good to go with his visa, and we'll be seeing him play here, I believe, throughout the rest of the year. Very excited to see him.
I should be like 10 under. As long as we win. There we go. A nice solid putt from Ezra Aderhold. Pick up the birdie.
That's his third birdie of the round, but he's going to get back to 1 over on the day. Now we'll head over to 17, Kirkland.
Yeah, 17, a long shot out this gap. That's a good shot there from Kirkland. He'll have the option to go at the pin, but we've seen this pin location is rough, as I like to say. Let's take a look at the 15th. 347 feet. We saw the shots earlier. If you go to the backhand, it's a lot more tricky. The sidearm is open for business, but remember, green off to the right, that's OB. This slope, that runs down to an out of bounds on the left side. .33% of the field have birdied here. Pretty well-rounded hole. 33% have birdied, 44% have parred, and 22% have taken bogey or worse. So a pretty well-designed hole, playing right around the middle of the field, the 11th most difficult hole. It is officially a triple Mando off the tee. You must go through the gap here.
And I think I'd like to meet the person who would decide that there's any other route in this particular case. So it would be funny if someone thought, well, I've got a better idea than going right up the gut. But you make an absolutely incredible point, and a very useful one, in that this is the Mando in which they have to go through, as opposed to the other truss that's on the course, which is not playing as a triple Mando this week. So it is certainly worth noting. Every week these can be played just a little bit differently from time to time, as Conrad is off the mark.
And as I mentioned, the backhand is so much more challenging, and you can see why. You have to try to twist the shot on the backhand to try to just hold straight. These guys that are throwing sidearm, they have so much more of an advantage to really utilize that left side of the fairway and then swing it back up the side hill. Man, and the ground play once again is not in the favor of Gossage. We have seen that several times today, just missing the angle barely. Had he been able to put a little bit more hyzer on it, it's possible that a skip could have happened. Lizotte to the backhand. Very risky shot going towards the green, but the payoff is huge for Simon. Park job.
No putting required for Lizotte. What a finesse shot on this 347-footer. We're going to roll the Zuka replay, take another look at it.
And we've seen a lot of great shots today. This is one of the best, because as he's throwing through that gap, which is very small, he's going directly at the green, skips off the green, and checks perfectly up the hill. One of the best shots today by the defending champion. Big thanks to Zuka for the replay.
And as you guys saw in the flyover, this is at 347 feet. You saw two pins. That is the FPO pin at 299 feet.
Yeah.
So it's a 48-foot difference between the two pins in the FPO versus MPO division. And
questionable if Conrad was out of bounds. I did not think he kicked this far left.
It does. UDisc does have him listed as on the fairway. I'm not sure. Brian, could you give us any confirmation as to if James was out of bounds, or is he just close to it?
Just close to it. The UDisc was correct.
Okay, well now that one's for sure OB. I mean, if he kicked left of left, and I would want to ask Brian, did he kick OB from there?
Yeah, I'm standing kind of on the other side of the fairway, but it looks to me like there's no way it couldn't be.
Thank you, Brian. Here's Cody Kirkland. This is that shot I mentioned, Tare, and he's going to play it safe. I think smartly so. Think of how much, well, there's a lot of words you could use it would take to go for that pin. Smart layup.
What a struggle that we've seen here from Conrad. We'll have to see if we can get some full scoring confirmation as to his first and second shot, both flirting with the OB lines.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Conrad at the moment, because UDisc is now updated to say that he has 2 OBs. So we'll see. This could be a disaster for Conrad and really would absolutely derail what's been a great back nine.
And at the moment, this is exactly what I was talking about a few moments ago. Simon Lizotte is basically just standing there waiting for the next tee to go ahead and throw so that he doesn't disrupt somebody while he taps in. And that's obviously quite sportsmanlike and just a heads-up move by Simon Lizotte. He was simply trying not to distract players on the next tee. Someone said he's a nice guy once. I guess I'll believe that.
He is one of the nicest people on the face of the earth, Terry.
All right. I'll give him that. Here we are on 16, which I think you said is the hardest hole out here.
No question about it. Only 7 players today have taken the birdie. It is the hardest hole in the course, and we'll anticipate it to be the hardest hole throughout the weekend. Look at the map on the right. Look at all the OB. The players are throwing out a very small gap across this corner. The golf green right here, you want to get over it, but you can't go too far because you'll find the water to the left here. This area over here to the right is the best landing zone. From there, you're going to be throwing the big spike hyzer. We've seen it all day long. We've watched about 12 players throw it, and we've only seen about 1 land in bounds. They have to either go low, which would keep it safe, or you go high, which brings the water in left here. Such a tough hole. This is not your traditional disc golf hole, Terry. This is a very technical hole. You can see the tee at the bottom of your screen. You can see the basket at the top of your screen. Anything that's not green is OB. What a tough hole.
I'm thinking we're in some kind of video game by looking at that overview shot.
That's what I'm saying. It's not your traditional disc golf hole. Very technical, and Eagle's gonna go way over here to the right. We'll see if he's in bounds or not. Should be a layup here for Cody.
He's certainly contemplating. Yeah, and okay. So whether that was a poor effort or in terms of a run, or if it just wasn't his best layup, either way, it looks like he's going to be safe, but tough to tell how committed that was.
I'll just say that was a committed layup.
We'll go with that.
Yeah, I think that's nice. It's got to sit. It's got to sit. Oh, and the thick grass saves Calvin Heimburg, and now he'll be in great position.
Brody Smith with the scuba attempt. That was a birdie look. However, that's going to be short, so he'll be tapping in for par.
And really the biggest challenge on 16 is that it's really kind of a disconnected hole. You can't really think of it as a flowing hole. You have to focus on the tee shot, and then the second shot is so different.
And Nate, let's take a look at some of your keys for closing out here, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, you got to have a plan, especially once we get to the final round. What are you going to try to do on these final 3 holes? Again, playing is the 3 most difficult holes in the course. Avoid the out of bounds. There's a lot of it, but you got to avoid it. And pinpoint execution. Because of that out of bounds, look at the second shot on 16. Look at the second shot on 17, and then we're going to look at 18, which is all out of bounds by the pin. So pinpoint execution, very critical here in the final 3 holes. I want to mention, while we're here in our drone view, that really the only guy that's going to scare that lead card right now is Cole Redolin. And Cole Redolin just birdied here on number 16. We just did the flyover. We just saw how hard it was. He just birdied it from 27 feet. Cole Redolin now 7 under. A birdie finish could potentially get him onto the lead card. But as it stands right now, the top 4 are pretty much locked in. Redolin always plays with our heartstrings, doesn't he, Terry?
He does. And as I say, I feel like he's allergic to pars. It's all birdies with a bogey or 2, but pars not so much his thing.
This is huge from McMahon. And he gets over the out-of-bounds green, and now he's rolling, but he's safe. He is safe. What a shot from McMahon. There's only a few players in the tournament that could execute that tear.
Kirkland remains at 6 under, now in the tee of 18.
That's a pretty darn good shot from Kirkland. He gets the green flag. He's at the corner, so he'll be able to attack the green. Here's AB way over the top. Keep an eye on the disc.
UDisc has him listed at circle 2.
This is a great view, actually, from the drone, because from the throw cam, we can't really see it too well. You got this big one that's just, well, we're not there anymore, but you got that big one you got to get over. There's the next big one behind it that you want to come in short of. That was the one that McMahon just hit, and he's pinned high. So a pretty good shot. As long as AB's in bounds, he should certainly be putting. Way wide.
Great shot by Heimburg. It's going to be inside the circle. Kevin Jones' approach is going to come up short on 16.
Hole number 16, averaging 4.79. Nearly 0.8 over par. Again, 48% of the field have taken bogey or worse. We saw earlier this hole derail Nate Sexton, who was on a really great round, ended up taking an 8. So anything can happen here on 16. Perfect.
Green flag. And I want to throw it out to Brian. Brian, I know you had great conversations with Leonard Muse, the course designer. Any chance you guys talked about this hole in particular as it's playing as the most difficult?
We actually didn't talk about it. A lot of our talk was about just overall philosophy and just the changes that he made to the course. But in particular, he talked about some holes having a gap early and then wide open space late. Some holes had wide open space early, tight gap late. This one kind of has a little bit of both. You have the tight gap off the tee, lots of green space to land, but the angles to get to the green are so different depending on where you land in the fairway. And the second shot is super guarded. And if you want to take that big spike hyzer, there's a lot of out of bounds areas that you don't quite see when you're throwing that second shot. So there's a gap early and a gap late. It's a really interesting, and I really love watching the players play it.
Appreciate the insight from on the ground there, Brian.
I always love seeing Brian.
Yes, Gossage was trying to hunt him down out there.
Yeah, so Gossage is out there to the right. That's going to be a much longer second shot. Conrad asking for it to come back. And that is even better than what we saw from Simon Lizotte just a moment ago.
Well, that has a chance for a nasty roll, but it looks like it's going to check up. Solid bid by Eagle, and maybe got away with the idea that it didn't roll even more, being where that basket is perched.
Eagle's still grinding, though. He's 5 down. You know, maybe a birdie of one of the last 2 holes. That could get him to 6. That's only 4 back of the lead. I mean, at this point, Isaac is definitely the lead. Heimburg trying to get within 4.
This would be just the 9th birdie of the day. Stat update, Anthony Barella to become just the 9th birdie of the day now. Man will walk away at the par and remain at 5 under. Just seeing Kevin Jones tap in. Heimburg taps in, as does Anthony Barella. As we take a look back to where our final feature card is getting into position.
Yeah, so Ezra hit early. He chipped out to here. And now this is his 3rd throw. This is very dangerous from this far back.
Brian, that looked way off the mark for Ezra. Is he in any danger other than it just not being in a good spot?
I actually believe there's an OB line drawn, and he is over the out of bounds on the right side. I'm walking up to it to see.
Brian, you're absolutely right. There is an OB line over there, and from our perspective, he has found that OB. Here's Kirkland, just short of the corner, but he can still work something here. It's a very dangerous shot. A lot of OB right around the pin. The OB around the basket here on 18 is about the circle's edge all the way around, except on the front side. Pretty darn good, gets the green flag. Chance for Kirkland to make birdie. So Gossage has got this wide angle. He's going to try to work it back to the left here. Finds that late tree. That was the similar tree that we saw McMahon hit, but a nice looking putt coming up for Gossage.
If Gossage could close out with 2 out of the last 3 holes for birdie, he could then push Adam Hammes out. I'm pretty sure that Gossage would have a lower PDGA number, and then Gossage would find himself on the lead card. Of course, Cole Redolin is in between them as well, and we'll see what he has going on.
Yeah, and currently Cole is actually putting for birdie on the very challenging 17th from Circle 1. So not all done yet for the lead card, but certainly for Isaac Robinson. He's going to be the top dog come tomorrow afternoon.
And what a few weeks he's been putting together as our Champions Cup champion. Everybody's just trying to find their spot out there at Swenson.
So from this position, Conrad can actually look and see the basket, but he still has to throw this giant hyzer and try to just work the angle.
Wow, comes in right at basket's edge and then gets up and rolls, stops short of the water, so he'll have an uphill putt. Conrad safe, and really, for being that far away, that's the best angle you could have. If you're going to be that far away from this basket, him putting back up at it, that's probably his best angle possible.
Agreed. Here's 17's tee shot. We've seen it several times today so far. The tee shot is really, you have to kind of blast it out this gap nice and low, get it to try to flip up and finish left.
Now, Kirkland has a birdie look from Circle's edge. And he's still going to finish in the top 10.
See if Heimburg can use that low power shot to his advantage. It's got to go a little left, not that far left. That's going to be a tree kick and left well short. Redolin has made the putt on number 17. He's going to now go into the 18th. He's 8 under par. And as you mentioned, Terry, Aaron Gossage, he has a chance to make his position on the lead card as well. A name we didn't really mention all day long, Drew Gibson. He did come in with 2 birdies on 17 and 18. He finished at 7 under. Remember, Drew was on our lead card in the final round last year.
As I was looking down at our score, seeing where Simon Lizotte, our champion, also seeing that he's right in the neighborhood of Johnny McRae, who just celebrated a birthday. Johnny McRae carded a 4 under out there today. And taking a look at a Fox, this from the drone cam. The Fox certainly perplexed. Definitely would like to play with it. I wouldn't get that drone too low to the ground because I think that Fox might have some ideas.
What does the Fox say, Terry?
Keeping its eye on the drone the entire time.
So this is Eagle just laying up smartly. He is really far back. That shot from that big tree, Terry, I know you've been there. That's a tough shot from back there. Still got a lot of water to deal with. Very small green. Of course, you were our on-site correspondent 2 years ago. So you've walked this property yourself.
Yeah, seeing it undergo the changes, and I know we've talked about Leonard Muse a few times, but just cannot say enough about the dedication and the love and the effort that he and the rest of the crew, everyone at the event, including Sean Mercy, along with nice putt by Simon Lizotte.
Back-to-back birdies from Lizotte after that beautiful tee shot on 15 to come back with this putt. Just enough for Simon. That's going to be 5 under now. And within 5 shots of the lead.
We've seen efforts from Gossage both high and low on the basket today. Most of them on point, but often too high or too low.
I mean, until just the sling of an air ball on 17, or excuse me, way back on 9. I mean, Gossage looked like the best player in the tournament. He was so solid. He was making that putt for birdie. He 3 putts to make a bogey, and it's just kind of derailed him. He's only 2 under since. Conrad for a bounce back birdie.
It's not enough height on the incline putt for James Conrad.
This is Ezra after the out of bounds. That's a double bogey for Aderhold. It's really interesting seeing Aaron go to that little pop putt from about 8 feet because he has such a low sling. All during the Worlds last year, I was very worried about him missing short putts, but he's gotten to that little pop from 10. It's looking good.
Cole Redolin doing some work out here today. Again, 8 under as he's heading into the final hole.
Cole would lose out on the PDGA number for the tie on the lead card, so he would need a birdie to make lead, as Hammes has a lower PDGA number than him.
Redolin's tee shot on 18.
Green,
likes it. Green flag.
Yeah, green flag. We'll see how the angle he has on the corner. That's that shot I was talking about, Terry, and that's going to be a very sketchy putt for Eagle McMahon. So he's played this hole a little questionable. Number 17. If Cole Redolin were to go on to birdie 18, he would be the only player in the field so far today that birdied the final 3 holes. And remember, I've talked about they're the first, second, and third most difficult holes respectively. Be a great finish.
Here's Anthony Varela. Second shot on 17.
Nice little check skip, gets him closer to the pin. Now live, McMahon. What a roller coaster that was.
It certainly was. I'm thinking that got a wind lift. That's going to carry up and over the basket. And then as soon as it hits the actual band, all I'm thinking is, oh my gosh, that's going to now roll into the water. And instead it rolls straight back at him.
Calvin for birdie now. So tough to judge the wind on this peninsula.
This is from 11 meters for Heimburg. That's short. Oh no. And it ultimately skips. The question is, does it carry all the way to the OB line?
According to UDisc, as of right now, and of course the scorekeeper's not out there, he shows it as OB. Still, we got to wait to see it. AB for his birdie.
High, but in for Anthony Barella.
17 just creates a gutsy putt every single time. From that circle's edge position, that it just takes guts and no fear to go for it.
Now Lizotte on the tee of 17.
And he hits the same tree that Eagle hit. And we saw Eagle go on to bogey from there. So the head drop from Simon, because he knows you need a good tee shot here on 17 even to make par, let alone birdie. If by some way Gossage gets to 8 under, he would win the PDGA number battle and he would be on the lead card. 35,000 PDGA number for Gossage versus 57,000 for Adam Hammes.
And Hammes just barely edges out Vino, if I recall.
By 2,000, yeah.
So
Vino 59 and 75 for Cole Redolin. Just kind of wondering if Gossage got into a position where he can maybe take that really risky sidearm and try to really attack this pin versus playing the safe backhand, which feeds away from the basket.
Take another look, and I really didn't think a 10 under would stand alone as solo leader for the rest of the day, but right now looking really good for Isaac Robinson. Gannon Burr at 9 along with Chandler Kramer.
And 10 was the course record. I mean, it was from last year, and of course this is a new layout, so officially it's a new course record, but 10 is a good score out here, and we're seeing this in really good conditions. Medium winds. The winds have not been a non-factor, but they also haven't made things so difficult that the players are having to adjust, discs off the tee, something like that. So a really solid round from Isaac. All the work was done in the front 9, and he just kind of hung on in the back 9. Again,
yeah, remember, Isaac got 7 of the first 9 holes.
Yeah.
Then ended up getting 3 more in the back.
So for Simon, the trickiness here, you see the tree on the left of your screen way out there? The OB line on the left runs just to the left of it. So Simon has to be very careful here. Can't go too far left, and he's going to leave it in the water.
Oh, no, and that is not going to give him the distance to be able to take it from that deep side. So he's going to be playing it very short, which could still bring water and OB back into play for his next shot.
He was, in his eyes, he was very close to that shot working, and he was. I mean, had he gotten a little wind lift, he just needed to drift about another 6-8 feet to the left. So very close, but that was a risky shot. Here's Redolin's second.
Currently sits at 8 under, just 2 off our lead.
I like this. Oh, yeah, Terry. Green flag. Inside circle 1 for Redolin. Again, if he makes that putt, he guarantees himself a position on the lead card. Nice shot from James. And And I want to check a statement that I said earlier about Radalin being the only to birdie all 3 of the final holes. Well, that is true. But Gavin Rathbun birdied the final 4 holes. He birdied 15 through 18. And you know what? Gavin Rathbun is inside the top 10. So a really nice day for Gavin as well.
Gavin also riding some momentum. He picked up a win recently. Here's Radalin to get to 9 under. Solid work by Cole Radalin. That will put him on the lead card. Day 2 here at the OTB Open.
Yeah, that bumps him onto the lead card, playing alongside Chandler Kramer, Gannon Burr, and Isaac Robinson. That's a young card right there,
I was trying to do the math in my head, actually. Gannon Burr just turned 18 last weekend. Of course, I was already picked up a considerable amount of wins, including a major. Isaac Robinson also picked up the major not too long ago. We've seen Chandler Kramer really break out onto the scene since last year.
Yeah, it was Kramer had that really great performance at the European Open where we saw him most memorably. Once again, Gossage in the ground play. That's about the 4th time that I've seen Aaron not get the check towards the pin, but a kick or a slowdown away from the basket. Watch as it comes in here. You'll see you're throwing a hyzer here onto this green.
So you're kind of expecting it, in this case, to skip closer to the pin is what you're saying.
Yeah, you're expecting it to kind of check towards the basket. It checked so far it was out of our camera view.
Check, please, is what they're saying at the diner.
That's right.
Here's Lizotte. Still.
Uh-oh.
This needs to find inbounds.
Uh-oh, Terry.
It does. Does it carry deep? No, it checks up right at circle's edge. So by all means, not in the clear yet, but at least he is on the green and inbounds.
He went so wide with that.
It definitely made us hold our breath for a moment.
Well, I couldn't help but just react to that. All right, here's McMahon on the tee of 18.
McMahon knocked down. And of all places to knock, I mean, you'd rather kick out to the left like he just did as opposed to kicking in hard to the right. We'll see what McMahon can do with that. Over the top for Conrad. It checks up. You see the white painted line. That's the OB. It's not the water. Either way, James Conrad is safe, but he doesn't convert for the birdie.
Yeah, and the one thing that I'm not sure we checked in on was that Calvin was OB on that putt that he had on 17. So he went on to take a bogey there. Calvin's dropped back to 4 under.
Going to be into a headwind. He's got to be careful. Gossage has it. No problem.
I mean, I got to say, the first time we really saw Aaron Gossage was 2 years ago at the OTB. Last year he had a solid performance, and now, I mean, minus that really wacky punt on 9, he has looked very good today. Very confident, and with his ability to throw long shots with both the backhand and the sidearm, I think he is certainly in it to win it still. At 7 down, if he can have a clean finish, he's still within striking range.
And one of the more volatile reactions we've ever seen out of Simon as he slams his other putter down and then frustratingly lays down on the ground in complete disbelief of that sliding out on him. And from our angle, it looked completely in.
Yeah, it's hard to blame him. It's a pressure-packed job. And, you know, you could see how much it means to Simon. He's the defending champion. This course lays out well for him. He's just had a rough day. Too many bogeys. This is going to be his 4th and 5th bogey stroke of today's round. High left chains there for Conrad. That bounces him out.
Simon calmly walks up and taps in, but the frustration all here on this putt. You can see it looks like it is on that high left side. Like I said, really the most significant outburst I've ever seen from Simon.
Yeah, that'll drop him to 3 under par. It's going to take something special tomorrow to get back into this tournament for the defending champion. And, there's a lot of emotion even for me to you know, just watching Simon do that, because you and I both know, Terry, how much it means to each and every one of these players. And that branch kick is going to keep him out of bounds.
Now Anthony Barella throwing his second. Barella will have that putt left for birdie.
Yeah, and if he can make that birdie, 5 under for today's round. Here's the eagle after the OB.
There's Heimburg's third.
So short right, just had to chip to here.
Yeah, coming up in trouble. And that one looks like he should be inside the circle. Now Barella for birdie. And Barella doesn't close it out. After the great birdie on 17, he takes a par on 18, and he's going to finish his round at 4 under, currently in a tie for 23rd.
Let's take a look at 18 here, 686 feet. It's really a very controlled tee shot. You're not looking for a blast. You just have to get it out here. You have OB on the other side of the bushes on the right, but you have this OB line very in play on the left. You need to get to at least the corner here if you're going to have a chance to go at the basket. And once you get out to this point, you can see how difficult it is. If you look at the map on the right side, the OB comes in, creates that circle right around the pin, except on the front side, it's all the edge of the circle by the basket. As our finishing groups have come in here today, they've made this hole now the 4th most difficult today, averaging nearly a quarter stroke over par. That's pretty good from Aaron Gossage. And this is why I really think that Aaron has a really good chance at becoming the champion here at the OTB Open. He can throw that sidearm with so much pinpoint accuracy, and he still has a really big, solid backhand. And an immediate tree hit for Aderhold.
And can't really think of much that's gone right for Ezra here today. We'll see if he can regroup, come back out and have a better second round tomorrow.
Conrad low and right. From that position, pretty much needs to pitch to where we saw Calvin Heimburg throw his third shot from. He just got to play it safe. Simon smoothly. That late skip is going to help him get to the edge of the corner there, Terry. Not sure if he's going to go for it.
And as Simon's going to move down, I think he was talking with Brian Earhart, who's out on the ground. Brian, any final thoughts, and what did you hear from Simon?
Yeah, Simon kind of walked ahead of the group on his way to 17's tee pad, and he caught up with me and just kind of aired his grievances. He said he felt like he played really well. The disc was coming out of his hand really smooth today, and he just felt like he was 1 inch away from a 10 under par. That's straight out of his mouth. He felt like he played good disc golf today, but just couldn't quite keep it on the line he wanted. And because of those small misses, he's really not shooting a great round, and obviously he showed it on 17.
As we know, golf is a game of inches sometimes, and some days even when you feel like you're throwing well, you may not be scoring well, and then there's other days you could somehow go out there and score well, even if you're not playing your best golf. Taking a look, as we said, it looks like it's going to be locked in for who we'll see on our lead card tomorrow. I want to say the average age probably comes out to about 20 or 21 when you add up all four of those competitors and do an average. Chandler Kramer, I believe, is going to be the quote-unquote old man on the card in his early 20s.
And you know what? The chase card's not all that old either. So clearly the OTB Open, all of the distance, a lot of these players all have great distance on them.
Looking forward to what they can do tomorrow. And some of our usual suspects, I'm seeing Simon Lizotte currently in a tie for 33rd. That's exactly where Eagle McMahon is at the moment, in a tie for 33rd. A couple of your favorites possibly to win this event. Kelvin Heimburg back in a tie for 23rd. They're going to have work to do tomorrow.
So that was Conrad just laying up, as I mentioned. He'll have that sort of chip third shot. You can see the corner, lower left of your screen. That's where the players are trying to get to. Got the OB line that strings the fairway. Gossage got to a point where he can attack this basket. On the sidearm, you have to worry about that late tree. Got to come just inside it. Green flag for Aaron Gossage. A little bit frustrated with himself. He would have liked to have pushed that left tree just a little bit more, which would bring him closer to the basket. This would be a really critical shot for Simon, just to end the day with something positive. Put it in close, make your birdie, walk away with 4 under. You're still just 6 shots back.
You're not in a position where you're totally out of this tournament. A couple of good rounds to finish out. You could certainly be right there. And Lizotte inside the circle, as you're just calling for, may have a look for birdie here to close out.
Yeah, you're really not completely out of it. With the expectation to be in, the expectation to be on the lead card come final day? No, but a good round tomorrow for Lizotte. He could be on chase. And what has Simon done before? Well, twice he's done it. He's won from the chase card. And as the defending champion, that's a real possibility. But there's a lot of work to be done for Simon, and I don't disagree with what Simon said. He was very close to having a really good round today. He had 5 bogey strokes, and we're talking about him being within 6 shots of the lead. So if you just clean those bogey strokes up, you're 1 shot behind the lead playing on the lead card. So a good day tomorrow for Simon is definitely a real possibility. That was the 3rd shot of Conrad.
Well, James Conrad currently looking way back in a tie for 65th, and behind him will be Ezra Aderhold, who's in a tie for 77th at the moment. Also noticing that Ezra tied with Kevin Jones, who really only had 2 birdies on holes 6 and 7 and finished +3 on the day as well. So rough day out there for Kevin Jones. Seeing our top 15 scores.
Yep, 15 guys within 4 shots of the lead.
Certainly a couple of the usual suspects that we would expect to see are not in that 15, though. Putting a lot of expectations on the likes of Heimburg, on Ezra, on Eagle McMahon, on Simon. All of those guys not in the top 15.
Gossage to get 1 shot closer to the lead.
Solid finish for Gossage.
And Gossage, one of the few players to birdie 17 and 18 back-to-back. Will still be on the chase, but he'll be at the top of the chase card playing alongside Adam Hammis, Vino Makula, and Drew Gibson. It's a good chase card.
Certainly is. Gossage 8 under, just 2 back, as you said. Here's Lizotte to get to 4 under. And a distraction of sorts as everyone was looking off in the distance, including Simon. But definitely a distraction somewhere from the gallery or the crowd. And a rough closeout for James Conrad. We'll see if he can also battle back tomorrow. James Conrad not having his best day out here, as Ezra will tap in as well. Lizotte is in for the par, and certainly what I would consider a very disappointing day for Simon, who felt like he was maybe so close to having a good round. But we're done with the first round. Simon said he's never really defended a title. He has that opportunity this weekend, but the chances look pretty grim. What are your takeaways from round 1?
Well, my biggest takeaway, sometimes in life things can be so bad as an athlete where you just kind of sweep it under the rug and you move on to tomorrow. That's what we saw from some of the players. I mean, yes, I'm shocked by the way Simon performed. He had opportunities. I just laid all that out for you. I think the biggest shock for me is Calvin Heimburg. I mean, we talked about Gossage being one of the best players in the tournament so far. He made a mistake. That knocked him back. That was huge for Calvin as well. Calvin was 7 under par and then went on to go he went double bogey, 3 over for the final 5 or 6 holes. That's shocking to me for somebody who's been so consistent. The takeaway is this course is the real deal, and it's going to keep pushing these players harder and harder as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, and if the wind turns up a notch or two, things are going to get even more crazy and
it's
more
going to get
interesting.
hotter.
And it's certainly going to get hotter. In the high 80s, we're expecting somewhere in the mid-90s over the next 2 rounds. So we'll see how that's all going to shake out. We're going to have some analysis and additional breakdown. We're also going to hear from our defending champ in Simon Lizotte and, of course, the OTB shot of the day. All of that and more on the other side of this commercial break. We'll be right back.
A round of disc golf can be long, and if you're playing in a tournament, it can feel like a marathon. This can leave you physically and mentally fatigued by the end when your shots matter most. With space for your discs, water, and even a place to sit, a cart enables you to bring what you need, helping you feel more prepared and energized without carrying the extra weight. This can help you maintain your edge and save you strokes through every round.
Check out the whole lineup at ClashDisc.com.
Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all. You get 3 discs. The Retro Orbit Pure. Tournament Ice Orbit Warship. Fusion Ice Orbit Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3 discs?
Go check out TrilogyChallenge.com.
Meet Pure, the most modern disc golf bag in the universe. Join the Pure family today. Pre-sale at puredisc.net.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
She's done it. Isaac Robinson's your leader, but our defending champ is in the clubhouse. That's Simon Lizotte. Let's hear from him now.
Joined here now by Simon Lizotte. Simon, you showed a lot of emotion today during the round. You mentioned a few, but just go over the round in general. How did that go out there?
I think this might be my first live interview after a semi-optimal round, so I got to watch out what I say here. It's one of those days where, you know, you're so close to being really good, and sometimes really close can be just so frustrating and not rewarding in any way. It's the game of inches. I mean, we've heard it all before, but man, it could have just as easily been a 10 plus under par, and it was 3 down at the end. It felt like worst case scenario. I went into the round feeling so happy and like I had a great mindset, and I knew like nothing was going to bother me. But then these like little things kept adding up until hole 17, and I was just like, screw this, man. Sometimes it's just you gotta let something out.
Well, I know that there's some days where the disc just feels good coming out of your hand, and those are fun days of disc golf. For the first bit of the course, it looked like that was the case for you. Were you feeling like the disc was at least coming out okay?
Yeah, I was throwing really well, and disc golf is it's a game about feelings. Like, even if you miss a putt sometimes, but it feels good, it can still help you for the next putt or the next round, whatever. And even the putts I missed on the front nine, I felt like, man, those were good putts. I was happy with them, even though they didn't go in. So I was just like trying to build on that feeling of still feeling good but not scoring. But I just couldn't. Sometimes you just can't turn it around. I mean, I tried everything. I thought I had the right attitude today, but 17 hurt. We'll see. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. Maybe better luck.
Well, you hear it week in and week out, players making mistakes and saying, oh, I'll learn from this and I'll move forward and be better next time. Was a round like this something that you can learn anything from at all?
Not really. I guess it's a good practice for just mental strength and be staying positive. I've had similar rounds where every inch goes my way instead of not my way. Yeah. So sometimes it's not your turn, and I'm okay with it because it's been a lot of my turns recently. So I'm okay.
Well, I saw you at the Buffalo Wild Wings last night. You got your food faster than me, which is unfortunate. But what's the plan for tonight going into tomorrow's round?
No plans, I think. I think there's a jam session at OTB Warehouse. I play some guitar, and we dabbled a bit last year, so it's always a good time. The OTB crew is amazing. Anyone who's ever hung out with them, it's always a good time. So I might be over there later and play some guitar or have a beer and hang out with the friends. We're all friends here, surprisingly.
Well, thanks for joining us here for this interview, Simon. Appreciate it, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See ya.
Well, of course, that's Simon Lizotte, and if you want to hear from the likes of Isaac Robinson, Gannon Burr, Cole Radalin, Aaron Gossage, Tournament Central has all of the inside scoop. Make sure you stay tuned so you can hear updates and info from all of those gentlemen. And as we were just hearing from Simon said, well, he agreed with what I said earlier, so I'll take a little credit for that. He said it's a game of inches. He also said it's a game of feels. And so I thought that was really interesting that he, kind of just broke down how things can go any given way on any given day, and it might not feel that different to you. And is that what you've experienced out there throughout the years?
Oh, no question. I mean, he's one of the best players in the world. You're always on the verge of playing great or playing what you would want to call perfect. For him today, that interview is exactly what we'd expect. He's taking it in stride. He's not happy whatsoever. He's going to get in the car and be completely frustrated, as we would expect. But he does know that it's about the long game. Right? He knows that tomorrow's a new day. He's been here before. He's had horrible rounds. He's had tremendous rounds. He's won championships. And that's just the deal with Simon Lizotte. It was interesting to interview a player, as Simon said, who didn't play great. And had to kind of react to that. I think he handled that beautifully.
Yeah, and it's really probably no surprise. I know you're right. He will be a little bit frustrated, but he's already thinking ahead about how he's going to mingle with friends, how there's going to be a jam session, how he's going to hang out with the OTB crew, who I got to hang out with just a few weeks ago myself briefly. Just such a great atmosphere and environment. So many people having a good time out there. And if there's anyone that I feel like does have a pretty short-term memory, Simon Lizotte will be able to kind of put that stuff away, enjoy himself tonight, hit the reset button, and come back out tomorrow. The question is, did he put himself in so much of a hole that no matter how good he plays the next couple of days, it might not be enough?
Yeah, I'm not really willing to go that far. Of course, I wanted that last putt to go in. I think within 6, you chip away 3 per round. You're tied with the leader, potentially, depending on how things go. He missed that putt. He doesn't leave with that really good feeling. He leaves with thinking about what happened on 17. And so he's going to have to erase that, as you said, and move on. And in that first, from what we saw today, about that first 7 holes, if he can pick up about 4 or 5 birdies, I think he'll be off and running, and a double-digit round is what he's going to need tomorrow.
And before we get to the OTB shot of the day, I'm going to lob up one more trivia for you. Can you name all the animals that we saw out there? Was today the most animal variety show we've ever had out here?
Oh, definitely. It was Jack Hanna Day here
so
on the
what
Disc
did
Golf
we
Network.
see out there?
We saw the fox. We saw the geese. We also saw like a ground squirrel or something get
get taken care of by a fox. Yep.
We
saw a
the blue
heron. Yep. Anything else out there?
I mean, we had to see.
We saw a dog.
And we saw a dog.
So just about everything.
Hey.
We saw earlier. I saw a cat, or Cat Merch and Cat Allen. But anyway, so it's been a heck of a day out there.
It really has.
Thank you to everyone out there at the Swenson Club who has just welcomed us in. Sean have talked so much about how them and Stockton have really just welcomed the Disc Golf Pro Tour into this city, into this environment, so that we could come there and have the event that we've had. And it sounds like, by what Simon was saying, it's going to be entertainment into each evening as well. Any guesses on the OTB shot of the day? I had mine, but do you have a guess?
I mean, we talked about it during the commercial break. We were talking about Simon's shot on 15. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if that's good or bad. That I'm thinking of that as one of the most memorable, but that would be my guess. Would be the flex shot that we saw for the park job on 15. But the producers sometimes have, other visions, and sometimes they can be wrong. So
I'm seeing
once or
it
twice
right now.
they've told us.
Yep, it's the 60-footer.
You like it. Okay. Anthony Barella, along with his fan club president, cheering loudly.
And a well-deserved OTB shot of the day. That was a huge putt for Anthony Barella. AB today did shoot 4 under par. He's within 6 shots of the lead.
And Anthony Barella merch has just dropped, so if you need to go and get some of that fire, you can. Well, we invite you to join us again tomorrow. We're going to, of course, kick things off with Tournament Central, 9 a.m. Pacific. That's noon Eastern. You have to figure out any other time zones on your own. But that's when we'll be back tomorrow morning. I want to thank Brian Earhart, who was out on the course today. For Nate Doss, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. That is day 1 at the OTB Open presented by MVP. We'll see you tomorrow.
TGI Friday in California. Hello and welcome to our wrap-up show of round number 1 on Tournament Central. It's the MVP Open. Check that, the OTB Open presented by MVP Disc Sports. Grant Zellner alongside Brian Earhart. It's been a whirlwind of a day. Lots of action closing the round out because of those difficult finishing holes. Some succeeded, others struggled. Brian, your thoughts on the day?
You know, the first thing that I thought once all the players finished was the wind, despite being pretty tame, maybe 5 to 10 miles an hour, it played a lot stronger than it came on. And I think a lot of players early on in the round had a lot of trouble playing the wind and using it to their advantage. So I think we watched a lot of players struggle, and throughout the entire day there were struggles on the feature card. I think Aaron Gossage had some moments of brilliance to save a decent score at the end, but it was definitely an interesting day. Players feeling this course out again and kind of feeling out the terrain here at Swenson Park.
Brian, when we came on the air, Vino Makala had the hot round of the day at 8 under par, with a number of players seemingly nipping at his heels, and those players still had a number of holes yet to play. Vino finishes the day in a tie for 5th, very much in the hunt. It begs the question, what kind of scoring is it going to take to finish this off when Sunday evening gets here? Are we going to make it to, say, 30 under par? Are we going to see players going into a match play sort of situation and just sort of duking it out with each other? What do you expect as the weather conditions deteriorate ever so slightly going into the weekend?
Yeah, I think if the weather kind of calms down a little bit, players are going to shoot in the double digits pretty easily. Like I said, the wind played surprisingly strong today. So I think we could see a 30 under par. There's only a handful of players that I can maybe predict now getting to that number, so they're going to have to keep their foot on the gas. But I personally predict that the winner's going to be under 30 under par. This course is tough, and it looks pretty simple and pretty straightforward, but the players were having a really tough time with it today, especially on the second shots on a lot of these par 4s.
Tied at the top, but the leader is out in front by himself. Isaac Robinson with a bogey-free 10 under par effort. Let's hear from Isaac Robinson just after he completed his round.
We are here with clubhouse leader Isaac Robinson off the course with a 10 under 56. Isaac, it was a bogey-free round 1, but also not without its blemishes. You missed a couple circle 1 putts.
Yeah.
But you also were perfect from circle 2. So a lot going on this round. Just give us your thoughts about what went on out there.
Yeah. I want the circle 1 putts back. I think they were all 25 and in, so even on the shorter side of circle 1. So I really wanted to make those. The drives felt good. The putting, circle 2 putting felt great. So yeah, just hitting those landing zones and trying to stay, safe and not throw out of bounds.
Now, I last saw you in person in Georgia, your Champions Cup win.
Mm-hmm.
Last week, 2nd place in Jonesboro, and now you're leading the pack at OTB. What kind of run are you on at the moment?
Yeah, my game feels really good. I feel like I can look at a spot and I can put the disc pretty much exactly where I want it. So, just feeling in the zone and feeling ready to attack these courses.
Now, you've got a little bit of a reputation, I don't know if it's fair or not, as somebody who excels in the trees. And while there are some technical shots out here, this is a golf course.
Mm-hmm.
How are you approaching this course? And, do you see this as an opportunity to show that you can win on all types of courses?
Yes, I was thinking about that this week. I'm known as a woods player, and it's great to be known that way, but I also want to kind of break that and just be known as a good all-around player. So coming out here attacking these open courses, these longer courses, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, practice rounds are one thing, but tournament rounds are another. Now you've seen the course in competition. Any adjustments you're looking to make for the rest of the tournament?
I'm probably throwing the same discs off at every tee this weekend. I like my shot selection, and I like the discs I'm throwing, so feeling good.
All right, Isaac Robinson in the clubhouse with the lead after round 1 at OTB.
Thank you.
Well, coming off of his victory at the PDGA Champions Cup, a major win, perhaps Isaac Robinson should have been on our short list of favorites heading into the OTB Open. 2 players that were on our short list as favorites, Calvin Heimburg and Simon Lizotte. Brian, what went wrong today?
For Calvin, it was the circle 1 putting. He missed 3 circle 1 putts. He shot a 4 under par for the round, but went 57% from C1X. And there you go. There's your 7 under par. You're within a couple strokes of the lead. So didn't hit fairways like he normally does. He was in the 20s, I believe, when it comes to ranking and fairway hits. He just didn't have a good day on the disc golf course. And like I had mentioned earlier, this course play is kind of strange. It seems straightforward, and it kind of sucks you in to believe that you don't have to get aggressive and stay sharp. But clearly you do. I watched a lot of silly mistakes get made out there. I watched Calvin make some, and I watched Simon make some as well.
Simon in the top 10 in most of the general statistics that we follow here on the Pro Tour, but did have 4 OB throws. Simon down at 3 under par, Calvin at 4 under par. Is it a harsh question, Brian, to ask, are they out of it already?
No, because of exactly what happened today. Isaac can very well shoot that tomorrow. He normally doesn't shoot that well on open golf courses like this. Obviously, he's a great gap hitter, and there's a lot of early gap hitting on this course, so he does shine in that respect, but he very easily can shoot that 4 under that Calvin shot today, and Calvin can very easily shoot a 12 under par tomorrow if he chooses to, and if he stays sharp. But it's going to be tough for them. To be 6 strokes off the lead after round 1 is a tall order, that's for sure.
Brian, you were there on 17 when Simon had that putt spit out and took a big score there on the 17th. We saw some visible frustration. We actually saw something of an outburst from Simon that's very, very rare to see. And we're getting another look at it right now. What was your impression of that moment?
I completely understood. And Simon is, he's not one for that type of theatrics, really. He's not trying to get attention when he's creating an outburst like that. I think he was so annoyed and so frustrated, and it just bottled up hole after hole after hole, like he mentioned, and finally he just had to release something, and that was a very genuine release of emotion. And clearly he was gracious enough to give us a live interview after that round, and he was very candid about why he felt the way that he felt. The disc did look like it was coming out of his hand fantastic. He felt like the disc was coming out of his hand fantastic. The putting stroke was hit or miss. He definitely wasn't hitting dead center like we've been seeing him hit in the past. So there were a lot of coin toss flips that he just so happened to lose. So just a tough round for him. But again, if he keeps the confidence going, sounds like he's just going to go hang out and play some music tonight, which is exactly what the doctor ordered for Simon Lizotte. He's going to come in tomorrow carefree, and I guarantee you he'll shoot better than he did today.
Well, we'll see how Simon does in pursuit of the leaders. One of those leaders, Gannon Buhr, who we will hear from after this break on the Disc Golf Network.
She's done it. Kristen to Tar.
Champion Open at Austin. Hey, Pierce.
Here with Gannon Buhr. Gannon off the course with a 9 under 53 round 1. Fantastic stats with the putter today. Perfect from circle 1, made a couple long ones. Tell us a little bit about your game, how you're feeling out there.
Yeah, that kind of sounds weird to say like I putted good, because I actually had a lot of circle 2 putts that were just like barely off. So in a way, it kind of felt like I putted bad. But yeah, I go back and look through my head. I did make every circle 1 putt, which is my putting's been really struggling this last week. I don't know why. It seems like when my putting's on for a couple weeks, the next week it's kind of off. But I kind of figured my format a little bit, and coming off of the worst round in 4 years in my career at Masters Cup, this feels good to get a nice solid 9 under par in the books, and hopefully that sticks. Maybe lead card. I'm not too hopeful about it. I would have thought 10 would have got it, but hopefully that stays up there. It'd be awesome to play on the lead card. I haven't been on that in a good time, so yeah, game feels good out here, and I feel like this course plays to my game pretty well with flex shots and a lot of forehands.
So you're not exactly sure where we're going to be standing tomorrow, but any adjustments that you're looking to make attacking the course?
Yeah, the up shots were really lacking today. All of my couple of long putts I had were just off really terrible up shots, and part of that is throwing a bad up shot. Part of it's like not really knowing the course too well. You really got to be here in person to really understand how the grass works here. The dry spots will skip you like 70 feet, and the thick spots that don't even look that thick, it just looks like normal grass, will not skip you 1 foot. I was like 200 feet out, my only bogey, and I threw my overstable fairway driver, so pretty sharp rim as well, and it literally just hit right where it stuck, and I missed my like 55-foot putt for par, and that was my only really bogey on the day. I missed a couple opportunities out there, but I'm thinking 30 under par is going to be a good score to win this tournament.
I know you've seen all the stops on tour at this point. Just looking overall, how does this event compare? Not so much golf-wise, but just as far as the scene, the gallery, the vendors, and everything that's going on here.
Yeah, I actually woke up this morning with my friend Cole Riddall, and we just kind of went out and checked some of the shops out just to see what they had, just for fun. And I know they got some food here. The fans are pretty solid out here as well, and it's fun. I'm actually staying with my friend Cole in the RV in the parking lot, so kind of my first really taste of van life or RV life or whatever. So it's been really fun. We were 120 feet from hole 1's tee pad, so wake up, we can do putting games all day. Those are super fun to do. It's just been such a blast with all the homies, and looking forward to a couple more days out here. It's going to get really hot, 95 degrees it's looking like, so gonna be using my chump chalk bag a lot out here. Check the wind and keep the hands dry.
Well, Gannon's known for the chalk bag and known for being at the top of the leaderboard again, tied for second right now after a great round 1. Congrats and good luck the rest of the week.
Thank you.
Gannon Buhr overcoming that lone bogey with 10 birdies, placing him solidly in the top 4, along with the aforementioned Cole Riddall, also in with a 9 under par effort, bogey-free 9 under par, thanks in large part to 3 birdies in a row to close his round. That's pretty incredible shooting. We got a chance to catch up with Cole after his round. Let's hear from him.
We're here with Cole Riddall off the course with a 9 under opening round. Cole, you're tied for second. A great start to this event. You got to be feeling great. Tell us about the feels right now.
Absolutely. I started the round as strong as I wanted to. Just a couple slip-ups and then kind of a dry spot in the middle. Wish I could have had an extra couple more birdies. But yeah, I was able to capitalize towards the end. I knew what it took, what I needed to do to make the lead card tomorrow, and that was Turkey 16, 17, 18, which I did not think was possible. And just took it one shot at a time and made it pretty easy myself and made a good putt on the last hole. So
it is a very difficult stretch of holes to Turkey, and that final putt was circle's edge in front of the gallery. What kind of confidence does it give you to know that you can knock down a putt like that after a stretch of 3 holes where you're on fire?
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. Just felt like God took control of that one for me, because it just felt like today was full of so many ups and downs on the green, and these last few months have just been brutal on the green for me. And so to come out today and really show what's up to the baskets and feel a little bit more confident in the putting stroke, it definitely meant a lot to hit that last one.
Well, it looks like you're destined for the lead card tomorrow. Tell us about your mindset going into that, knowing that you're going to be in the spotlight.
Yeah, I'm just super excited. Any chance I get to be up there, I'm I'm gonna have some fun and continue to compete at the level I know how to, and whatever happens, but I'm gonna keep doing my best to play my best, and whatever happens. So.
Well, your finish last year here was not your best results, and you really turned it around this year. Tell us about some of the adjustments you've made year to year playing this course.
I think a lot of it just comes down to execution. I think last year it was just executing the simple shots that I wasn't able to quite connect on. So I think this year is fine-tuning the form a bit, and then not going out of bounds. I didn't go OB at all today. I didn't take any bogeys today, and that was huge. I think my goal today was actually just being bogey-free. So to be able to get 9 birdies along with that, super cool bonus, and I'm just excited to see what tomorrow holds.
Oh, Cole Redallin tied for second place after round 1 here at the OTB Open. Congrats on a great opener.
Thank you.
Cole talking about feeling like things were up and down on the greens, and yet there he was, bogey-free at the end, which was one of his stated goals. What have you seen this season from Cole, Brian?
I've seen glimpses of an elite competitor that has a very long career ahead of him. However, he still has not figured out the consistency that Gannon Burr, someone in his same class, has right now. The thing that Cole did really well today is he cleaned up the parts of his game that he struggled with this season, which is number 1, the putting. He struggled with that. It's kind of been streaky this season. And then number 2, he threw the disc with intention. He's not putting the disc out of bounds. He's thrown out of bounds 50 times this season. He's in 64th on the tour in OB rate. So he cleaned it up. He threw the disc with intention, and he putted well. So if he just keeps those things simple and he can take care of those, like he said in his interview, he's going to be just fine. He mentioned changing his form, and I think it was a great form change. It was a little bit of an exaggerated pump that he was doing a little bit ago to try to generate some better timing or momentum, but now that he's kind of quieted down, he's a little bit more consistent, and when I say intentional, when he releases the disc, I know what line he's trying to throw now. It's not just rocketing out of his hand like some of the drives he used to throw when he was a little bit younger.
Well, Brian, the next players that will take on the challenging track here at Swenson Park are the FPO field tomorrow morning. After this break, we're going to do a quick follow-up on the FPO field from the morning, where it's all tied up at the top. 4 players in the lead going into round number 2. We'll talk about it after the break.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines and NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Welcome back to Tournament Central, where we're taking a look back at this morning's round, or should I say a look ahead at the way things will begin in round number 2. All tied up at the top, Brian, Paige Pierce, Owen Scoggins, Emily Beach, and Ella Hansen, each at 7 under par, doing it in different ways. A lot of different skill sets among that top 4, including a left-handed player. You've own Owen Scoggins, very controlled with, of course, the putting prowess. You've got a lot of power in Ella Hansen, and you've got a defending champion in Paige Pierce. What are your thoughts heading into round number 2?
Yeah, well, I caught up with Leonard Muse, who was watching very closely both divisions today. He already dug into the numbers and statistics for the first round for the FPO division, and he's thrilled with how the course is scoring. He loves that there's a four-way tie at the top at a good number, by the way, at 7 under par. He's very happy with how that course scored. He also noted that the top 4 players that are in the lead only had one hole where they all scored the same number. So he loves the variety, and I think it worked. Like you said, 4 different play styles on this lead card going into tomorrow. So he's thrilled with how those changes have been made. He's obviously going to keep his eye out for the next 2 rounds to see what other adjustments he needs to make next year. But I think we're on a pretty good track for another exciting weekend of FPO disc golf, that's for sure.
Interestingly enough, Brian, not a single FPO player managed to make it all the way through the round unscathed. Everybody had to overcome at least one bogey at some point in the round. But several players near the top finished, much like Cole Redallen did, very, very strong in that finishing stretch. It's difficult to maybe put a finer point on it, but what is it that you expect in terms of scoring and in terms of separation among the FPO field, where there are additional players throughout the top 10 still in the hunt?
Well, disc golf tournaments are so interesting. Everyone has a different story of how their round went. And I guarantee you those 4 7 under pars that came into the clubhouse all have a different story and a different level of satisfaction. I talked to Simon Lizotte about this earlier in the day, and he mentioned some rounds you feel like you're throwing the disc amazing and it's a terrible round. Sometimes you feel like you can't hit a gap to save your life and you end up with a great score. So I don't quite know. Unless we have in-depth conversations about every hole that these players played, it's hard to tell. But what I will say is Paige Pierce looked great out there. She said her 7 under par was not that satisfying because of the fact that she missed a few putts just a little high, just a little low. So I like her chances out here, especially if she's throwing the disc hard and feeling healthy. But there is something interesting. Owen Scoggins being a forehand player, Emily Beach being a lefty, and then Chandler Kramer in the MPO division, sidearm only player. So there's something about that counterclockwise spin, Grant, that might be propelling players towards the top.
We're watching Paige Pierce absolutely dissect this course from earlier action this morning. After she finished her round, we caught up with the defending champion.
It felt really good. Even the putts that I missed, I was like right on line, just maybe a little low or a little high. And one of them was a gimme, but the others, like, you know, it felt like they would have been bonus putts. So, like, other than that, you know, not seeing my putter go into the basket every time, it could get to you mentally, but I felt good about them. Every bit I put up, I felt solid about, and I just had one bogey, I think, and it wasn't even that bad of a shot, just a little bit left. So overall, I mean, I feel good, but I also do think I can shoot hotter. So I'm excited to give it another crack tomorrow.
Absolutely. So the world has been waiting to ask, how is the pain levels?
Zero pain. So yeah, and I think it's actually less likely that I would feel it in the tournament round than in practice because I'm throwing multiple shots per hole in practice. So I kind of figured if I could get through a practice round throwing multiples, I could definitely get through this. And yeah, it feels great.
One more look at those who will lead the way tomorrow morning, or for many of us, it'll be something of a brunch round or maybe even an afternoon round if you're joining us from the other side of the world. Paige Pierce, Owen Scoggins, Emily Beach, and Ella Hansen knotted up at the top. Another 4-way tie at the bottom of the top 10. Lots of players still in the hunt in the FPO field for tomorrow morning's round here at the OTB Open. After the break, we wrap things up here on this Friday from Stockton, California.
Practice is the difference between good and great. Distractions are obstacles. Eliminate them and see how far you can go.
Drama all the way to the final hole. Kristen to win the Waco Annual Charity Open. She's done it! Kristen to tar.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Sexton Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
Well, if you average the ages of our MPO lead card, I'm not sure that individual could approach a bar and order a drink. A young foursome leading the way tomorrow here at the OTB Open. Which is going to be your favorite to watch tomorrow, Brian?
That's hard to pick. I mean, these are four really entertaining players with very specific skill sets and courses that they like to shred. Isaac Robinson is a specific player that said he kind of got pinholed as a wood specialist, but he's ready to showcase his ability to play out in the Open. I mean, I guess I can't really call Gannon Burr a specialist because he's so well versed on so many different types of courses nowadays. So I don't know. I honestly, Chandler Kramer, we haven't seen him on a lead camera card in a while, and someone with that counterclockwise spin and having to work the disc in the wind out here, that's going to be entertaining to watch for sure. So I can't wait.
Surely there'll be at least one player from much deeper in the field than we would expect them to be making a run tomorrow, especially if the weather conditions allow them to do so. Is there anybody on your mind right now that is currently outside the top 10 or even 20 that you think is ready to play some serious golf and make their way back into contention?
You can't count out Calvin Heimburg. I mean, you absolutely can't count him out. He's the best player in the world, hands down. He's the best thrower of the disc in the world right now. And today just wasn't his day. He missed 3 circle 1 putts. And if he made those circle 1 putts like he normally does, he's right up there towards the top. So I look for him to come back tomorrow with a vengeance.
No doubt about it. No doubt that tomorrow will be an afternoon filled with action in Northern California. So we wrap things up here from Stockton, here after day number 1 at the OTB Open, presented by MVP Disc Sports. Tournament Central will start your day in the morning at 9 a.m. Pacific time. If you're in another time zone, I'll let you do the math. For Brian Earhart, I'm Grant Zellner saying so long from California until the early morn. See ya.
Take care.
Go long. Whoa.
Hey, over here.
Join the Paul Macbeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. For a small monthly donation, you can help us make a real impact. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. By becoming a monthly subscriber, you'll also receive exclusive updates on our work, special offers, and discounts. So join us today and make a difference with the Paul Macbeth Foundation. Together we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.